I'm not quite there. Yes.
Okay. All right, so we'll go ahead and start. So welcome to our November 8th, 2016 regular meeting for Calaveras County Board of Supervisors. Can you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, do I have any board announcements? Anybody would like to say? Okay.
Item 1 is from the Public Works Department to adopt a proclamation recognizing and honoring George Long II, Public Works Inspector, for 21 years of distinguished public service in the Public Works, Roads, and Bridges Division.
All right. Robert?
Good morning. Robert Packinger, Public Works. What a time for George to retire. Just now that we're facing all sorts of grading issues and grading plans and boy, but right now he's enjoying fishing. That's why he's not here today. His family is here. Many of you may know him. Those that don't will probably, well, he was the kind of person that took care of the county's right-of-way, grading issues, making sure that fences weren't in the right-of-way and ditches were cleaned and inspecting various projects. He still was a gentle man dealing with the public. From my point of view, he was a gentle giant. And so we're going to miss him. 20 years of a lot of work, and it's difficult to replace a person like that that has 20 plus years of knowledge working with public works.
So who's here from the family?
So I'm going to read the proclamation. So proclamation recognizing and honoring, first of all, this is Kathy.
George's sister.
Kathy used to be the manager over here at Calaveras Savings in San Andreas for many years. Proclamation recognizing and honoring George Long II, Public Works Inspector for 21 years of distinguished public service in the Public Works, Roads, and Bridges Division. Whereas George Long II has served the public for 21 years in positions of increasing knowledge and diversity. George started as an extra hire road maintenance worker in 1995 and worked his way through the Public Works Department to the position of Public Works Inspector, which he held for 10 years. And whereas George Long achieved innumerable accomplishments in his 21 years of service. George's accomplishments include performing inspections of over 275 utility jobs, over 1,500 driveway encroachments, over 300 grading permits, as well as inspecting recognizable projects such as Jenny Lynn Safe Route to School, Arnold Rim Trail, Transit Bus Shelters, State Route 1226 Intersection Improvement Project, and working with CBIN for the placement of fiber optic cables throughout much of the county. And whereas the unqualifiable yet invaluable accomplishments George Long has attained with Public Works have greatly enhanced not only the department, but also the community. George's ability to promote a cooperative atmosphere between developers, contractors, residents, local municipalities, and regulatory agencies ensured completion of many complex projects. And whereas all who have worked with George have benefited from his knowledge and years of commitment to the Calaveras County Public Works Department. His service has been marked by exemplary and energetic leadership. And whereas George's persistence and dedication have earned him the respect and camaraderie of coworkers, George will be sorely missed by staff and those he worked with, who found in him a devoted friend and coworker. Now therefore be proclaimed, the Calaveras County Board of Supervisors wish to extend their deep appreciation to George Long II for his consistency and strong leadership, and thank George Long II for his 21 years of contributions to the public. And I'll finish after the board votes. So may I have a motion, please?
Make a motion to approve this resolution.
I'll second.
A motion by Supervisor Kearney, and second by Supervisor Ponce. Is there any public comments? Public comments.
Let me just add that a large part of Public Works is here, and we'd all like to thank him, and we appreciate his friendship and dedication to the department for all those years. Thank you.
Yeah, George is definitely going to be missed. That's history that we're losing there too. But I see where you got his work at. So we have a motion by Supervisor Kearney and second by Supervisor Ponce. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? So it's 4, 1 absent. Be it further proclaimed that the board wishes George Long II a long and happy retirement, and hopes that on his many travels, when he notices a fence in the right of way, he will continue to alert the department.
I'd just like to say on behalf of my brother that because he's retired, he's not here now. So he's honored to work for the county, and we appreciate it from the Board of Supervisors and Calaveras County. And he will miss everybody that he works with, and he did enjoy his job, and he was good at it, so thank you again.
Thank you.
Item 2 is from the Board of Supervisors to adopt a proclamation recognizing local high school students for attending the American Legion's Boys and Girls State. Due to scheduling conflicts, the kids were not able to be present, and we would like to move this item to the November 22nd meeting.
Do you need a motion for that, Mr. Chair?
We should probably do that.
I move that we move it to the November 22nd meeting.
I'll second.
So we got a motion by Supervisor Kearney, second by Supervisor Olivera. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right. So we'll move into public comments. Any item of interest to the public that is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board and is not posted on the consent or regular agendas may be addressed during the public comment period. California law prohibits the board from taking action on any matter which is not posted on the agenda unless it is determined to be an emergency by the Board of Supervisors. If public comment is completed before the 30-minute allotted time period, the board may immediately move to the regular agenda. If public comment is not completed during the allotted time period, it will be continued at the conclusion of the consent agenda in order to provide an opportunity for the remainder of the comments to be heard. Public comments will be 3 minutes today.
Good morning. Happy Election Day. I'm Deborah Mullen from Public Works, on behalf of Calaveras Transit, in partnership with the Resource Connection Food Bank. We've have the first of 3 Stuff the Bus events behind us now. This last Saturday, we had food drives at 3 local grocery stores, which netted contributions of $733 in cash and 1,563 pounds of food, including 18 turkeys and 2 hams. On the next 2 Saturdays, there'll be Step the Bus events at Big Trees Market, Marvell, and Save Mart that they run from 10 to 3. Volunteers are needed still. And if you go to the Calaveras Transit or the Resource Connection Food Bank Facebook page, there's a real neat little sign-up genius that makes it real easy to see where volunteers are needed and to sign up. So I just thought that it was a great day Saturday. People are generous, and it's rather fun to do it. If you know of groups, I know next week there'll be a group of scouts working at one of the stores. It's good for the kids. It's good for the community. So I urge you all, if you haven't, if you have, I thank you. It is a good event. And on another topic, happy Election Day. I just talked to my mom, who was born in 1920, and she voted this morning. So I find these things exciting. But thank you.
Great. Thanks, Deborah.
Good morning. Happy Election Day. My name is Bill McManus from Pamford Hill. Want to read these comments into the record. You'll be getting these in print as it's passed around. And it's to whom it may concern on this date to create some background or contrast. The Office of County Counsel for Calaveras County is the official attorney of record for the county and its elected or appointed officials. As such, an attorney-client privilege exists between that office and its client, Calaveras County. As such, certain requirements and or protocols exist to maintain the integrity of the office and the opinions it may render. This is of paramount importance to assure the public of fair and impartial decisions that affect the public and or the reputation of the county. We have received information from several sources that would bring into question the operation of County Counsel's office. We are not making claims of wrongdoing, but we feel some of the actions need to be reviewed for appropriateness of conduct to avoid the appearance of improprieties or perceived conflicts of interest. We have arranged the various documents according to the staff attorney to which they pertain. Each section will have a short summary of the behavior we find questionable, followed by the documents that relate to those behaviors. Again, I must state in the strongest terms, we are not accusing anyone of wrongdoing. Additional documents requested by the Public Records Act request dated October 21st, 2016 were not made available to us. The reply letter from County Counsel's office should explain why we have this incomplete picture. As an aside, and my own comments on this, as you know, we've been involved in a petition gathering or signature gathering campaign. To date, we have now exceeded 5,200 signatures. While we were out there, not only did we get signatures, but we got questions and comments. One of the most frequently asked questions is, how did this happen? Why are we in this mess? How does county government operate, and what can we do about it? My answer was the same to all of them. You know, you get the government you choose. When you vote for people, you have to kind of live with it. There were other things that most citizens aren't aware of, and that is the relationship between the various offices of county government, from the Board of Supervisors through County Council down to department heads.
30 seconds.
County Council advises the board. Sometimes we feel that maybe they advocate. But in any case, it's up to each supervisor to either accept or question the information the County Council gives them. So we found that the petition drive was also a good way to enlighten the public on how government works, and that there's many moving parts, not just the Board of Supervisors. And some of the things that people blame you for may be actions that you have to take because of legal reasons or something else. So it was an education program as well as a signature gathering program. We feel that both of them were very successful. We had literally thousands of comments and questions that relate to what we've produced here, and the submissions came from a lot of people, most of whom I don't know. So, as usual, it falls to me to bring it to you. So, anyway, that's what my intent is. It's not to accuse anyone of wrongdoing, just that the public perception probably needs to be enhanced of how government works and why some of the decisions that are made. So, thank you.
David Tuno, Rancho Calaveras, adding to what Mr. McManus said, with respect to the activities of, or the work performed by Attorney Sirius in the department. We have found that Mr. Sirius has an avocation related to music production, music recording, and performing on his Facebook page or website. He has a list of the songs, and at the top of the list, right between Whips and Chains and Spank the Skank, number 2 is Cannabis for You. Number 9 is Higher and Higher. One can only guess what that means. Mr. Sirius was responsible for writing the summaries of the initiatives for both our Citizens Initiative for the ban and for the Measure D, and responsible for writing the summary in the general election booklet, which I'm holding up here, but the page is printed out here. And in it, of course, he's supposed to summarize what your yes vote would mean and what your no vote would mean. And a yes vote has quite a bit of verbiage and text that accompanies it, and the no, an explanation of what the no would result in is one sentence. A no vote on this measure is a vote against the proposed ordinance to regulate cannabis in the county. Now, if I were writing the summary, I might think of a few more things which the no vote would actually mean. We might go into a little bit more detail there. I might add, it's a no vote would be a no. You are voting against the expansion of commercial marijuana production in the county. You're voting no against hash oil production within 1,000 feet of schools and the like. So there's a number of things that you could say there to educate the voter about what a no vote would mean, but it's not there. Now, it's possible, I suppose, for an attorney to be objective, even though they have stated positions in favor of a certain issue, marijuana. But it's not a good idea to rely on that kind of mindset, to have to change your mindset in order to educate the voters or educate you. So the question that we have is, did the Board of Supervisors get the best advice possible from counsel's office when it came to the drafting of the urgency ordinance, and in fact the direction of the urgency ordinance toward marijuana production as opposed to a ban, for example, the big issue? Did it get the best advice possible
Thank you, sir.
from county council staff?
Any other public comments?
Yes.
Okay, so we'll move on to our regular agenda.
Item 3 is from the Board of Supervisors to receive a report from the board chair, department heads, Cal OES, and FEMA update on the Butte Fire recovery.
Good morning, Brian Moss, Administrative Office. We do have several representatives of your staff here today to talk about Butte Fire recovery. Since the building is not present, I just wanted to pass this out to the board. Very briefly, this the statistics for building since the fire, actually going back to 2015. But what you'll notice here is replacement houses submitted, replacement houses issued, and replacement houses finaled. Those replacement houses mean burnt structure was replaced, okay? Replacement manufactured homes submitted, issued, and finaled also are burnt structures that were replaced. And I think that it's very interesting to see just how much activity is going on in the burn area. So certainly Mr. Renner can speak to this in further detail at a future date, but just wanted to let the board know that we're keeping on top of this and watching what's happening out in the burn area. So there's a lot of activity. In addition, the building department also has, just with the change in the economy, a significant change as far as additional activity overall. So the other thing that I would like to share with the board very briefly, and Lori will, from Calaveras Recovers, will expound upon this, is something called House in a Box. And this is to provide household items for families who have lost everything as a result of natural disasters. All families receive the same new items, which are packaged for efficiency and delivery. The program is scalable to the size of the family. So with that said, that's something that Calaveras Recovers is working on and working with. So we also continue to make progress out in the burn area. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Robert Packinger, Public Works. With the recent emergency declaration that the board has passed, that has helped FEMA to pursue expedited review with the other agencies that are currently reviewing the environmental documents in order to get the permits for us to move forward. So recently we received some information in regards to what FEMA has passed on to SHPO, the State Historic Preservation Office, so that the reviews can continue. We're also aware of trees that are in immediate danger of falling or that have fallen. County crews are working on those as they occur, and we'll be treating those. Those are a little bit out. They're just being taken care of by our own forces to the best that we can. I have Earl Seberg here who could give you a little bit more information or detailed information regarding where we're at with FEMA.
Good morning, Earl Seberg, Public Works. Yesterday, as Mr. Packinger stated, we received correspondence from FEMA allowing the county to comment on the package that was submitted to SHPO. We are working with Tetra Tech, and we'll be working with P&J to provide those comments. In general, it's what they call the archaeological treatment plan, which requires monitoring during tree removal operations. We hope to have that information back to them early next week, and we'll proceed at that point. Additionally, we are working on an on-call contract to allow for the road crews to call someone in to remove hazardous trees as needed. We expect that to be on the street this week. And in the meantime, if necessary, the road crews are using purchase orders to remove any trees that are beyond their capabilities. Are there any questions?
Mr. Chair, I have a question.
Yes, sir.
In regards to our FEMA reporting requirements for reimbursement, I understand that was an issue. Have we solved those problems? I should be talking probably with our auditor and our assessor on this. And I'm very concerned that we've made those corrections so we don't have another hurdle here.
As far as I know, we have made those corrections. Public Works has been in constant communication with both OES and FEMA on some of these issues. I'm not aware of any outstanding issues at this moment.
Thank you.
Anything else? Thank you.
Good morning. Mel Knight, Environmental Management Agency. Related to burn debris removal, we're now glad to be initiating the next phase, which is the insurance cost recovery. Your board took action that has allowed implementation, and Tetra Tech is now on campus. and they'll begin activity immediately. Donald Kunish, the Deputy Director for Post-Disaster Programs, in fact, is here today. They expect to begin the public outreach with confirmation of the cost and benefits, with eventual billing to probably begin within the next 60 to 90 days. They'll be working closely with administration, with Sharon Torrance from Public Information. There'll be some public outreach. There'll then be activities that relate to calculations of both the state cost, confirmation of those costs, and confirmation of insurance benefits. It'll be followed by notification of to the property owners and opportunities for them to meet and discuss any questions and issues. And again, they're prepared to start soon. They'll have someone actually in residence right here in this building. So looking forward to that phase. Any questions?
I have a question. About how many folks do you think you'll be working with on this? Do you have an
Well, I
estimate?
believe there'll be one full-time person on property, and then they have a number. Tetra Tech has a large organizational structure that has experts from various areas, and they have, right now, in fact, there's 6 people in the room right now working on the logistics.
Mm-hmm.
So there'll be quite a bit of activity involved.
And how many landowners do you think you'll be working with?
Well, there's 854 properties, of which we expect something around 500 to eventually be responsible for liability related to duplication of insurance benefits. Okay. Now, a reminder, that's what this project is about. It's about federal prohibition of duplication of benefit. Mm-hmm. So they're going to be confirming that what we understand to be the insurance coverage and then what the liability is.
Thank you.
Good morning. John Lawless, Health and Human Services. I just wanted to give you an update on 3 projects that our staff have been involved in since the beginning of the Butte fire. One of them is the Mountain Ranch Fire Relief, which had received about maybe a little more than $32,000 for relief efforts. I didn't get an exact amount on that. All of these funds have been allocated. They have purchased such things as water tanks, gas, water vouchers, power poles, solar systems, tools, and we feel like it has made a real difference in the community. Even though it was a small amount, they were able to help a lot of our citizens that were struggling. Another effort was the RCRC, which was a county grant, and they were able to administer $150,000. That went towards wells, septic systems, motel rent, other things, and they did that based on applications, and all of that money has been allocated. And the final project that we have been involved in is the CCP, which was a coordinated effort between the county and FEMA, and what it was we reached out to families. We actually went door to door in the burn area and talked to people, and over this past year we saw over 569 people. We visited several of them different times to make sure they were okay when they were having a difficult time. We took resources to them. We provided counseling services and basically just wanted to make sure they were doing okay. So that's kind of where we're at. We're wrapping these projects up, and I just wanted to let you know that we believe they've been a success. Any questions? Thank you.
Question? John, on the CCP, is that the one that ends at the end of the year? Is that where the mental health professionals
Yes, that was
have
with the
been
mental health.
assigned?
Mm-hmm.
I have a question, Chair. Mr. Lawless, these expenditures you just mentioned, are they part of that reimbursement program for FEMA?
No. I believe the Mountain Ranch Fire Relief was all private donations. It was community members. I believe there were some that came in from Murphy's, some that came in from the Bay Area. And the RCRC was a county grant. So they were all separate from FEMA. The only one that was FEMA related was the CCP.
And are we applying for, if we're allowed to, I guess, are we applying for reimbursement of that FEMA expenditure?
Actually, I believe they paid for our staff costs.
Okay.
And basically covered everything that we needed to do with it.
I just want to make that.
Yes.
Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Lori Giannetti with Calaveras Recovers, and this is Mike Wilkinson, also with Calaveras Recovers. We are just celebrated our annual meeting, and there is a lot to celebrate, and I'm a half-full person, but our theme for this next year is going to be Renew, Restore, Recover, and we feel that we're really on our way. Brian was talking about House in the Box. House in the Box is a partnership with St. Vincent de Paul, where we have, at this point, we have 26 families signed up, and they get everything from a couch, kitchen appliances, dishes, beds, and it's a program through one of our faith-based partners that has been funded through our other partners, and we're hoping to get that shipped very soon. We have a warehouse secured in Amador County, but the warehouse is for sale. So we're a little concerned about that and actually looking for space a lot closer to home to help with that project. We have folks right now who are able, through one of our other partners with manufactured homes, to get in their manufactured homes, and they are waiting for their House in the Box. So we're really excited about that. That program is open to anyone. You could have had insurance or been underinsured. And I'm from that part of Calaveras County, and we have lots of friends and neighbors who lost their homes who had insurance who are still struggling to replace everything. So this is one of those great programs through, like I said, St. Vincent de Paul. We have our pastors continue to be busy with emotional and spiritual care. A lot of the folks are, we just went through the year, and you feel like, I'm sure, as all of you do, you get frustrated. You think we should be further along in the process than we are in the rebuilding and the recovery. But so our pastors are busy talking to folks and just saying, you're okay where you're at. And so we're thankful to have Scott Wiley, who's from Valley Springs, and Liz Armstrong, who's from Angels Camp, who make regular appointments with people. And in some cases, we really we still have a missing piece of when we need to streamline them into mental health. That seems to be a struggle for us too, because sometimes people have things going on in their lives that's really beyond pastoral care. They need a mental health professional, so we're working towards that. And we're building. I invite you to see our building sites. World Renew is here on the ground, and I am going to let Mike talk about that.
Good morning, Chairman and members of the board. I'm excited to report that the two homes that we have under construction are about 75% complete. I keep pushing our volunteers to say, gee, could we make this by Christmas? And they're telling me, no, I can't guarantee that. We're probably looking at the first part of January. But if the weather holds out and things come together, I think we'll be very close to that mark. Also, this week we will present a master plan on the remaining homes that we have to build. And we will pull those building permits before the end of the year. We have our volunteer groups lined up to come in. We've met with them as recently as last week. And so the remainder of the homes to be built will begin in January or March, weather depending. And so we'll be it'll move along a lot faster than it has up to this point because we kind of have that process in place. And I do want to mention that in my working with your building department, planning department, public works, it has been outstanding. They have been very helpful, and they've helped us through this process and been great partners as we move forward. So I think our progress is positive, and as I said, those two homes will be done soon, and I'm sure we'll have a celebration of some type when we hand the keys over to the property owners. Any questions for me?
Thank you.
The two current, the homes, we have two in process that were started by our local Mennonites, Philip Miller, and then World Renew, which is a disaster organization, faith-based, is here finishing those. And then we have a wonderful partner who's building a house on Harbor Road, which is the Church of the Nazarene in Sutter Creek. And they've actually really helped with funding that house. So we feel very confident that all our pieces are coming together, and I'm hoping as we monthly report to you, we're going to be the good news people. So, thank you.
Thanks, Lori. Thank you.
Lori, I do have a question. You mentioned that the first year is over, annual, so is there a re-election of officers?
Oh, yeah. So, Alan Cinder is chairing, and I am co-chairing, and our secretary is Marcus Collage, and our treasurer is Tony Ann Fisher. Our PIO is Nikki Stevens, and our public relations director is Kathy Campbell. So, yeah.
You laughed, so I'm assuming election is a sort of a loose term when it comes to so whoever volunteered initially is there.
There's no volunteer.
You know, I think that the group as a whole really wants to see this all the way through, and that we're committed. So when it came to elections, it was kind of yes, because we made a commitment, and we want to see our community restored.
Well, thank you to you as well as the rest of them.
Thank you.
Sharon Torrance, Butte Fire Recovery PIO. Still working hard to make sure that any new information gets pushed out to the public, the media. I'm still receiving calls from people that are not sure where to go, and so far have been able to steer them in a direction, get them to somebody who can answer questions for them if I can't. Working closely with Calaveras Recovers, and at each meeting I am more impressed and amazed by what they've accomplished. They're just an amazing group, and working harder than ever, and what their accomplishments are just far beyond what I or anybody else probably could have imagined. So I'm happy to be working with them and their PR group and their information officer. And I'm looking forward to working with Tetra Tech on the upcoming insurance recovery. Lots of things in my mind that we can do to maybe advise people ahead before letters go out. Looking forward to having that go as smoothly as possible and pushing their information out. Any questions? Thank you.
Anybody else want to comment on the Butte Fire recovery? All right. I was going to say, I talked to a few people over the past week or so, and one of the hardest things for them to find right now is furniture. And I know that you have the house in a box thing, but they aren't involved in that program. They can't find furniture, they got to order it. And because of all the fires in the state, and people, I didn't realize this, people are having a hard time with that. So they have to order it, and it's usually a month or 2 month wait on even a couch in some cases. So there's unintended consequences that's been going on. And I mean, Calaveras Recovers, I know, is doing a fantastic job. I think the house in the box is a savior for a lot of folks. It makes it easy on them. Some of these folks I'm talking about are pretty independent. They They chose not to rebuild up there, and they went to buy another house, so they had to furnish it, and lo and behold, they can't buy furniture, so, or at least the furniture that they want. So, I'd ask that people keep them in your thoughts during this holiday season, because they're either couching it with somebody else or using buckets for furniture. So, until it comes available. Okay.
Item 4 is from the Administrative Office. It is request for reconsideration pursuant to Rule 31 of Board's decision to not allocate an additional $15,000 to Common Ground Senior Services Incorporated. If reconsideration is granted, second action on the request for the additional allocation. The second action will require a finding of public benefit and approval of a budget adjustment for fiscal year 2016-17 with the draw of contingencies in the amount of $15,000 requiring a 4/5 vote.
So initially, this item was heard in October, and Supervisor Wright was absent from that meeting because it required a 4/5 vote. It was defeated. So it was my understanding that Supervisor Wright has requested this item be brought forward for reconsideration. So that will take a majority vote of the board to reconsider. So that would be the first action on this item.
Okay.
I'll make a motion to reconsider this item.
Second the motion.
Okay, so we have a motion to reconsider by Supervisor Wright, a second by Supervisor Kearney. All in favor?
Aye.
We do need to take public comment even on the motion for reconsideration, but for that portion of it, and then public comment.
Okay, all right. So we have a motion by Supervisor Wright, second by Supervisor Kearney. Do I have any public comment on this? Okay, so we have a motion by Supervisor Wright, and second by Supervisor Kearney for reconsideration. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? All right, 5-0.
Okay, so in October, I was given a letter from Common Grounds via Supervisor Edson, and they are requesting an allocation of $15,000. Back in 2000, originally I think it was back 2006, 2007, I went and did some research. Elizabeth Thompson, then Executive Director of Common Grounds, came to the board and requesting an annual contribution for Meals on Wheels. At that time, they did not feel the funding that they were, federal funding they were receiving through Area 12, Area on Aging, was sufficient to manage their Meals on Wheels program, and they would either have to reduce that program or put people on a waiting list. The board at that time chose to approve an annual allocation to Common Grounds for $15,000, and it's been included in the county's budget ever since. The letter that was received from Common Grounds stated basically that the increased cost, again, from the Meals on Wheels and Congregate Meals program, and in addition, their Silver Street Transport program were facing shortages, and they are requesting an additional $15,000 to fund those programs. This would require a finding of public benefit, and it would require a draw on contingencies of $15,000 with a 4/5 vote. A supervisor asked me if we had ever received any accounting over the years for how that annual allocation has been spent, and we have not. It was my understanding that it went directly to the Meals on Wheels program.
Okay. Any public comment?
Good morning. Kathy Topol, Common Ground Senior Services. Would just like to remind you all that we are Common Ground. Common Grounds is a coffee shop in Valley Springs. So just a couple of points. I do have some figures here if you're interested in those. But again, the increase from 2008 to 2016 in food, fuel, all these other items, increases in minimum wages. But as important as providing these meals and this transportation to our clients is also the well checks. Some of these people are in their 80s, 90s. They have no family in the area, and our people go in and visit them, find out if they need anything, and then we go forward with it. At the last meeting, it was brought to my attention that we have a veterans clinic, mobile clinic, that comes to our county. And there is no reason, I was told, that Common Ground should be providing transports to places like Mather, Palo Alto, and any of the other veteran clinics. If you know that Veterans Mobile Outreach Clinic, it does provide some counseling for people. It also helps with paperwork that they need to do to get into the Veterans Administration, but it provides no services. So we can't, people that have need specialized services, they can't get them here. They have to be transported out of the county. And unless you guys have any questions for me, that's it.
Chair, I have a question. Go ahead. Do the veterans receive any compensation from the Veterans Administration for transportation?
Some of them do. Some of them do.
Can you explain under what circumstances that would come into effect?
I'm not real clear, but it depends on their disability status, and I'm not quite sure what that percent is. And all of our transports are, a donation is requested. However, many of them can't pay it. If the veteran does get a reimbursement, most of them reimburse us, but not all of them.
I got a question for you. As far as this $15,000 goes, how is it going to be broken out as far as the two programs that you list here?
More than likely to be $10,000 for the Meals on Wheels and $5,000 for the fuel for the transportation.
Okay, so that's something important to me if we're going to move forward with this, is to make sure that that's restricted funding that goes specifically to those two projects for those amounts.
Correct.
And then having a report back to the board or admin to say this is what we spent the money on.
Perfect.
So that's something that I need from here. You guys do a great job, and I'm happy with the program. I know there's a lot of need out there for it right now, but I just want to make sure that the rest of the community is convinced that the money's being spent on the programs that are before us. So if we could put that in place, then I would be.
We can even start giving you an annual report of where those funds go.
I think that would be great, and of course that way the board and the whole community knows the good work you're doing out there, because it is really important. Like you say, there are people that are just kind of falling through the cracks out there, and you're able to at least provide them with some food.
Great, thank you.
I have some questions.
Go ahead.
Kathy, I'd like you to explain the program a little bit more of where your funding comes from and the various sources, how many clients you serve. Do you have a wait list currently of clients?
We do not believe in a wait list. It's people need food, they need food. We do not do a wait list. Currently, so from the AOA, Older Americans Act funding, which we currently get from Area 12, Agency on Aging, we get about $153,000. We get approximately $19,000 in donations each year. You're probably very aware of what an in-kind match is, and that's our volunteers. We have a huge volunteer base. And then Calaveras County contributes $15,000 to us, and then we have to raise $54,000. That's for our budget. For our congregate meals, we have a contracted amount for $3,000, but we are projecting to serve 3,500 this year. For our home delivered meals, we have a contract for 39,100, and we are projecting 40,500. Transportation, we are contracted for 554. We project to serve 1,500 rides this year. So that's an increase. Our aging population has also increased. Currently, we are serving for our meals in 2015-16, we served 274 clients for our meals. We're still gathering data for our transports, but to date, we have, from July to October, we have served 77 clients for our transports.
Okay. So in your letter, you mentioned you have 160 clients. Is that for Meals on Wheels?
Currently, our clients for Meals on Wheels are, the 274 clients is congregate and Meals on Wheels. And so the 160 is our Meals on Wheels clients.
Okay. And so from what I understand from Area 12, it's pockets of money. So you have a pocket of money for Meals on Wheels, a pocket of money for congregate care, and a pocket of money that comes to you for the transportation.
Correct.
Is that, and not a lot of crossover in those three funds?
No, none.
They're pretty restricted because there's state and federal guidelines.
Correct.
Associated. And then when you talk about Meals on Wheels, I understand they're a frozen meal.
Correct.
And a client gets 5 to 7 meals a week delivered to them?
Correct.
Okay, so it's a weekly meal service that's a frozen meal, et cetera.
Correct.
Okay. All right. And I understand through Area 12, we contribute as a county about $90,000 in addition to what that goes into that pool of money. Then Area 12 divvies up to the various agencies and such with the 4 counties because we're in a joint powers arrangement. How much do you get per meal for or from Area 12? Is there a specific allocation?
There is, and I'm not going to be exact with the numbers, but for the congregate meals, I believe when we just received an increase from 2000, we just now received an increase. I believe for the congregate is $2.60-some a meal, and for the frozen, it's like $2.40-some a meal.
Okay.
And it cost us with staff and deliveries and gas and everything else approximately $7 per meal.
Supervisor Kearney mentioned in October that, I don't know how to exactly word it, but kind of we're behind in regards to how funds get allocated to us. The numbers are always lagging. Is that, you mentioned 2008 or 2000, so is it a 16-year lag time for these funding sources?
If I remember correctly, and you can correct me, Supervisor Kearney, but the data that's being collected, Supervisor Kearney and I have had this discussion numerous times. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
And you're right, we do contribute a certain amount each year to JPA 12. I can't tell you the exact amount. It actually, the hard pill to swallow was it actually went up a little bit. I remember Shirley kind of grabbing me by the collar and saying, hey, you know, I didn't think that was going to go up. And I thought, what has happened is with the success of what we're doing, even though our county population may not have increased, our senior citizen population has increased. That's one of the things that has affected the needs. And it's really kind of an interesting phenomenon. And I was just reading numbers this morning before coming here. We have in the county nearly 30% of the population are considered senior citizens. And a lot of them are very isolated. One of the things in the JPA 12 agreement that we have, it involves 5 counties. For our paying members, Alpine's contribution is so small because of their population. We still allow them to be part of it, but they do not pay in. We all do pay a membership fee. But basically what you're doing is you're sustaining the JPA 12, Area 12 Agency on Aging
all these misnomers, or not misnomers, names coming together. You're sustaining their ability to pursue federal grant funds, state grant funds, private grant funds. I like your description of pockets of money, because when you're put on this board initially, as I was nearly 2 years ago, you're almost overwhelmed by these pockets of money that are coming in and how they distribute them. One of the things, even though we pay, there are 4 paying member counties: Amador, Calaveras, Tuolumne, and Mariposa, and you pay into it based on your population. We are the second paying county, but because we have not shown the need for a lot of these services, because the data has not been collected, which is, I love hearing these numbers that Kathy's putting out, because this is what needs to be put in. When this data is collected and it's submitted, that is how these services are doled out by the Area 12 agency. Because we haven't shown the needs and we don't have the data that supports the needs, we often are third at the table, and sometimes even last at the table, for getting the services that are available. In this, one of the things I tried to explain the last time, and whether I did a good selling job on it or not, I remains to be seen. But if the county shows we support these programs, every 4 years, and this is where it will get a little fuzzy, and I will be a little fuzzy on it, but we've spent time understanding this. And if you remember, stop me anytime. Every 4 years, they will renegotiate your standing with the 4 member counties and to how you get served at the table, so to speak. And we are 2 years away from that? Mm-hmm. 2 years away from that right now.
Correct.
And that was why I was pleading for us to support this last time. If we show that the county is supporting this, and this data continues to be collected, and by the way, Meals on Wheels is the fastest growing part of the service, then in the next 4 years, providing I'm still sitting on that JPA 12 board, I will be pitching, put us at least in line at the table. Okay, and that's why, to me, this is so important to support this. Kathy Topol is exactly right. At the JPA 12 meeting we held last Thursday, see, I'm getting a little bit lost in the weeks now, there was an increase in the Meals on Wheels program, and a small increase was granted. It's not enough to cover what's going on. We have a lot of people, and I thank Chris Wright for bringing this up, especially that are isolated in areas like where Chris represents, that are dependent on the nutrition coming here. And if you would have asked me this 3 years ago, I wouldn't have been aware of this, but I am now. To have money that we can use for this and not use it is really a travesty. I hope I answered your question.
Yeah, so it's not the 16 years, it's more like 4.
Well, every 4 years it's updated.
Okay.
Every 4 years the contract is renewed and updated.
Right.
Doesn't necessarily mean there is an increase. The other thing I would like to point out to the board is currently, according to the last statistics of 2015, we have 11,610 people over the age of 65. When Area 12, in addition to what Steve is saying, every 4 years they do a needs assessment also. Last year they got surveys returned from 274 people, period. And we have 11,000. So we really need to get out there when this needs assessment comes out and get our seniors and all of that. I believe we turned in over, 150 needs assessment just from our Meals on Wheels clients. But again, that's based on how we get funding back from Area 12. It's based on those needs assessment.
But okay, now let me ask you, just in case I'm not remembering correctly, those 274 needs assessments that were turned in were actually a big increase over past years, correct?
Yeah, I can't.
And we did better than the other counties because there was an effort put in to get people to respond. So
correct.
While yes, out of 11,000 people, it's not good. And 11,000 is probably very accurate because the number I saw this morning was 29.7% of the population
right.
Are considered senior citizens. So we have to find out the needs, and this is another way to do that, to bring to the table when we renegotiate the agreements and possibly change what is received here.
Mm-hmm. What's the cost to administer Meals on Wheels?
You mean, what are you referring to, Debbie?
What's the cost? Your labor costs, your...
Isn't it in the $7 a meal?
It's approximately $7 per meal.
Okay.
And that includes our staff and our gas and our vehicle maintenance, and that's overall cost. It's approximately $7 per meal.
And are the frozen meals made here, or are you buying them?
So it's a combination of both. So one of the things that, future things that Common Ground is trying to do, and we tried a year ago, but we haven't been successful, is we'd like to bring our kitchen to Calaveras County. Currently it is in Jackson. And we'd like to bring that to Calaveras County. And at that point, once we get it in Calaveras County, we can go back to serving hot meals every day. But currently, they either what we call stomp it in our Jackson office, or we purchase from a company that provides them.
I was reading somewhere on these Meals on Wheels programs where there's a trend where more are going to a frozen meal.
They are. Unfortunately, so we did frozen meals in both Jackson, or Amador and Calaveras, and it was not successful. So in Jackson last year, we went back to serving hot, everyday meals. Mm-hmm. We also purchased a higher grade frozen meal that I think we had to pay like 12 cents more a meal. And they are going over much better. But yes, it is the trend to go because it's so much cheaper than providing the hot meal.
Mm-hmm. And on the transportation, you mentioned you get $15 a trip for 554 trips. That's what's allocated through Area 12 right now?
Correct.
Okay.
And that's a very small portion of our transports.
Right.
Area 12 gives us, how much do they give us for transports? I do not have that number, but so we have Area 12's funds, mm-hmm. and we also have an additional funds for private funds, other grants we've gotten and stuff like that to purchase buses and vans and stuff like that. So okay. Not everything for our transportation comes from Area 12.
Okay, right. I saw that in your report in Area 12. Lots of funding sources for transportation. So, I like the Meals on Wheels program. My concern is that this letter is just so vague, and that, knowing numbers of who we're serving and how they're being served and the cost of service and all of those kinds of things is important for me. And, I voted no before because it wasn't here. And I contacted Area 12 myself and talked to county staff and found out where numbers were coming from and looked at your webpage and got your annual report and things along that line to help me decide and determine just how many clients are being served and what it's costing and why the increase and how money is being filtered and that sort of thing. And I was disappointed in that, we're contributing $15,000 for the last number of years. And, in my opinion, not a lot of accountability. I mean, is that going to Meals on Wheels? Is that going to transportation? Is that going to administrative overcosts? Not overcosts, administrative costs? Exactly what is it going to? Because I believe in the Meals on Wheels. There are a lot of seniors who are isolated, and this is their sometimes one social visit, you might say, as well as having the meals available to them. So if we're looking at another $15,000, that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for some, accountability, that's where it's going. I understand the pockets of money, and sometimes donors are very specific about, sure. I see where the Community Foundation gave some money, and they were very specific about Meals on Wheels.
Correct.
I saw where the hospital gave money as well, and it was kind of I guess there was no real specific request being made of their monies and how it was being spent. So I take
The
that as...
hospital, the Dignity Health funds are a specific grant with partners, and there's a specific project for that. So we don't only just do the Meals on Wheels and transportation. I think we currently have 10 programs running, and each one of them are funded differently.
Right, that's why I was talking about the pockets of money.
Right.
And sometimes you get, stranglehold because you see the need over here, but you can't meet it because of the pocket of money and this sort of thing. So, that's where I was coming from with, as people make donations, sometimes there are, I don't think strings attached is the right word, but they want a specific tip for it to go to a specific need. So that's what I was looking for. So what I understand then from your letter, basically the increases that you're experiencing are all related to the labor cost and food costs associated with this particular program.
And fuel cost.
And the fuel cost.
Correct.
So does Meals on Wheels allocate additional funding for, this funding source that you get for the $15 a trip for the 554 meals, do you use that money to deliver a meal?
No. No.
That's another catch-22 more or less.
No, right. Again, each one, and you can, I wasn't here when the first 15,000 was allocated. So I have no clue as to why we have not given the county a report. But in my opinion, the county should get a report, just like Area 12, just like all of our other funders should be getting a report yearly of what those funds go to.
So the funding source that you are requesting now, this $15,000, would be specifically, if we were to make that recommendation, go to Meals on Wheels program and perhaps this other funding source that you're talking about for transportation?
What we're requesting is we're requesting $10,000 for Meals on Wheels and $5,000 for the Silver Streak transports.
Okay. So what specifically with Silver Streak? Is that a very broad range of transportation needs? Is that the medical appointments, the errands, going to the post office?
Correct.
Whatever needs to be done?
Whatever transports, right.
And that's primarily for veterans, seniors, and disabled?
Correct.
Okay. Do you get funding sources through COG to run Silver Streak as well?
We do not.
Okay.
We do get 5310 funds from Caltrans.
Okay.
And that was what helped us purchase our vehicles.
Okay. And is that grant about ready to run out?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we have one more year.
One more year.
One more year of that grant, yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yeah, so one of the other statistics that wasn't mentioned is the percentage of veterans in our county. And I believe we're currently at 16%.
6,000.
So, which is huge, and most of those veterans are senior veterans.
Correct.
And so, and a lot of them are just hard to drag out of their homes to go anywhere. And so the outreach is very much appreciated.
Yes. Most of our calls for our transports, especially for our older vets, are from their relatives out of county because they have been alone, been isolated, been left to their own devices, and now they're turning into those 80, 90-year-olds, and their families are seeing, hey, we got to do something here. And so a lot of them are coming from the family members that are making those connections to us.
I want to address just a couple, well, maybe not even a couple things at this point because you discussed so much. The frozen meals, just so people understand, this is not a, go to the store banquet meal with a little brownie in the corner. This is a very well monitored by a nutritionist meal. Can only have very specific things in it. And it's, by most people, it would probably be considered on the bland side. Correct? It's probably not something that you could get your sixth grader to jump up and down about. But it is well monitored, and it's providing a balanced, at least one balanced meal to a senior citizen who may not otherwise eat.
A third of their nutritional value daily is what we have to provide.
Right.
And so, Kathy was talking about the meals being prepared in Amador County, and we've discussed the possibility of doing it here because it would just be better for our county to do it here. And we actually have, the old kitchen over here at the old jail that could be a perfect place for it. I've had a couple of tours over there to take a look at it and to start discussions. It kind of got lost a little bit here since
the fire,
everything else,
right.
The fire and all. But that's a good possibility too, because then it would be a place where the meals are prepared warm and fresh and delivered quickly to our residents here. Plus, a couple other things that are going on with that in relationship with, culinary opportunities and things like that. So that could be something in the future, which would be beneficial to our county as well. So, can I have public comment?
Elsa Gallant, Taxpayer Association. Well, I appreciate the thought that Steve and Debbie put in this this issue, the senior issue. I'm a senior, so of course it concerns me. I'm concerned about the overall direction and responsibility. In a basic free society, people are responsible for themselves and their families. This functions fairly well. In another kind of society, it's the government's responsibility. In other words, you don't need to plan for your future or your retirement. You don't need to save. Don't need to invest, because the government will take care of you. And so the health, in my opinion, the health of our society rests on the level of responsibility of our citizens. It's fairly high now. I think some statistics were mentioned that there's just a small percentage of known seniors that are seeking this help, which kind of indicates that they may have retirement plans, they may have other things going on, that they are self-sustainable. So, what can the county do? One thing I think would be good is to review the finances as Debbie suggested, and to make sure that the tax money that's being spent is going to, you have accountability of that. And I agree with having a report. It's a good idea. But to move away from taxpayer subsidy for this sort of thing, we need to increase the awareness and the level of participation in the private sector. Now, this could be other seniors. Not all seniors are poor. It looks like we're getting that way, but we're still not. Seniors are not destitute people. Most of them are quite successful. They planned in their life to be in control of their future.
30 seconds.
So seniors themselves can be a good source of funding for worthwhile projects along these lines. And the amount of government participation could be a lot less. And I think that as our taxpayer group would think that'd be an enlightened way to pursue and to seek direction along those lines. Thank you.
Any other public comments? Okay. And actually, I agree with that, Al. But until we get to that point, there are many issues out there that we're not aware of. And it's nice having a reputable group that is very engaged in what they're doing, that can show their accountability anytime that you wish them to. So that's the beauty of this portion of it. So,
I want to clear something up too. When these numbers are tabulated, a senior citizen is 50 years or older. So the percentage that may want these, it's a little skewed if you just, you're not comparing, apples to apples. The percentage that may be seeking these services in comparison to the total number of senior citizens may not be exactly as, how do I say this correctly? May not be the exact number of the total senior citizens. And I hope that makes sense to you, because I would say the people seeking these services are mostly going to be over 65. Would you not agree with me, Ms. Stokel?
Actually, they're probably
Over 80 years old. And we have, and Cliff brought this up, I was looking for the exact number this morning and I couldn't find it. But with the one number that I did find in accordance with our veterans, we have an inordinate amount of veterans in this county compared to the rest of the state who are over 80. I guess, thankfully, it's a good place for a veteran to come to live out their older years, I guess, and I'm glad to hear that, but I still think if this is a service that they can benefit from, it's a good thing. Now, you can go to the congregate meals. They have them once a week at 2 different locations, and nobody's refused service on their ability to pay. But if you go, I think she likes to know if you can give her a heads up so that you add to the number. But you can, if you can afford to pay, then throw them a $10 bill, and it helps them going forward to provide meals.
Kathy, what is your budget year? When does your budget year start? January 1 or?
no, it's
July.
okay, any other public comments? Would you like to make a motion?
I make a motion to approve this $10,000 going towards the Meals on Wheels and $5,000 towards the transportation program. Specific requirements that those funds remain in those 2 programs and that they're accounted for and brought back to the board at the end of the year.
I second the motion.
At the end of their budget year?
Yeah, that would be the budget cycle.
Sure. Either one would work.
Okay.
If we want to have a specific date on that, or?
No, I just, our budget year,
Yeah.
into the calendar year, so.
I second the motion, but, since I'm working with the seniors, I'll encourage them to do it in the spring before we actually get into our budget year, late spring, so that we do have a handle on the numbers.
Good. All right, so I have a motion by Supervisor Wright, a second by Supervisor Kearney. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. I'd like to take a opportunity. I skipped number 2, which was a readout on a closed session we had on 10/25, and it was public employee performance evaluation, Government Code 54957, B1, title, County Council, and there was no action taken. Diane?
One moment, please. Item 5 is from the Auditor Controller to adopt a resolution authorizing the issuance of the 2016 special tax refunding bonds to refund the outstanding 2006 special tax refunding bonds.
If you recall, we brought forward refunding opportunities for the county. One was for the CFD special assessment bond, one was for the general obligation bond, and one is for the certificates of participation. And then so we, if you remember, GFS brought forward their presentation about the saving opportunities that we could experience for the taxpayers and for the county itself. So the CFD special tax refunding is the first in that three-part series. So CFDs, in terms of calendar, would be the first that we would bring forward, and that would be followed by the general obligation and
We've already done we brought forward the resolutions for refunding the GO bond and the COP.
Right, but in terms of closing, the CFD will be the first to close.
We're closing the one tomorrow.
I'll have to look.
We're doing the COP and the GO bonds. The CFD is the third one.
The call, okay. So this is going to be specifically for the smallest of the finances. We do have a conference call that we're going to be having with Castle and Cook because there is a possibility that we will take some of the project monies that are still sitting in a bank account and actually use those proceeds to pay off a portion of this debt refinance. But we need to shore that up to determine if those funds should just be refinanced and still set aside for projects, water projects or infrastructure projects, or if they should just go ahead and go back into the debt service itself.
So is this action a little premature?
No, because either way, we either, it basically will determine, that's why the amount on here is not to exceed $5 million. But it could ultimately be $4,500,000 instead of $5 million. It just depends on what the outcome is going to be on that discussion with the proceeds.
So we're given approval to the overall process, and your conference call will deal with internally how the money, where the money's will be applied to.
If we're going to go truly up to refinance the entire portion and still have that set aside, or if we're going to take that set aside portion and go ahead and pay off a portion of this refinance.
Okay. Is it just Castle and Cook that you need to talk to, or do you have to
Well,
talk to the committee?
It's the committee, but we need to get the project information from Castle and Cook. They currently own 42% of the properties that fall within this tax rate area. So everyone else are individual owners in Saddle Creek, and they are still the developer. So we need to determine if they have specific contracts that are outstanding that we're unaware of. If they do have contracts specifically for infrastructure projects that are part of the original document on this, then we can go ahead and refinance it at a lower rate, but still pull that money back out for them to use. And usually, it looks like historically they've been coordinating with Public Works as well in getting that work completed.
Right, and what we're looking at to get from them are schedules of the proposed work and the estimates of those costs so that we can determine what portion of that bond we truly need to refund.
Okay.
All right. Any public comments?
Alson County Taxpayer Association. I haven't studied this item, and even if I did, perhaps I still wouldn't understand it. The concern I have with bonds is sometimes government uses a way of financing its obligations, bypassing the bonding process by certificates of participation, COPs. And this was done in the school district, and they were able to transfer that to an actually bond issue And the people that voted for that didn't know that there was like $6 million that were done with none of the accountability requirements that a bond would have. So my question is any portion of this involved with the COP financing? It doesn't appear to be, but I'm asking a question anyway.
No, this particular item is strictly for the refunding of the CFD bond. It has nothing to do with the certificates of participation. When we looked at and when the Debt Advisory Committee met and we brought to the board in the government financial strategies, did the presentation, they talked in depth of what each, the GO bond, the COPs, and the CFD bond, and what the savings would be for each of those items, the benefits, the concerns. But the board has already acted on both the GO bond and the COP. This is just for the remaining CFD bond, and it has nothing to do specifically with the COPs.
Mr. Segal, forgive me for chuckling. I wasn't laughing at you. I have to read this 3 times before I understand it myself, so don't. You're in good company. If you connect the dots, and Shirley's referring to this, and so is the auditor, we had a presentation by a financial company, and this says here September 27th, and this is what that's referring to, correct?
Yeah, and they coincidentally are all happening at the same, roughly at the same time, but they are all 3 independent transactions.
Right, and there will be significant savings to the county by refinancing this. It amounts, and I can't see, I forgot my glasses, so I'm at a disadvantage today, but I didn't see if it says the exact amount in here, but it's hundreds of thousands of dollars, correct?
On the CFD.
Yeah.
Oh, for all 3, it's millions of dollars.
By doing this.
Yeah.
Any other public comments?
I'll make a motion to adopt a resolution authorizing the issuance of the 2016 special tax refunding bonds to refund the outstanding 2006 special tax refunding bonds.
And I second the motion.
All right, so we have a motion by Supervisor Ponte, second by Supervisor Kearney. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item 6 is from Human Resources to approve the resolution authorizing changes to the position control list by reinstating of the position Investigative Assistant and unfunding the position District Attorney Investigator 1 for the District Attorney's Office.
Judy Hawkins, Human Resources and Risk Director. And we are bringing before you today to approve the resolution authorizing changes to the position control list by approving the position of investigative assistant. The DA's office currently has 2 positions for the investigators, which are sworn police officers. These positions are very hard to recruit for. We have had a resignation in the office, which was effective on October 28th, which leaves now just 1 investigator. We've requested the new position, which we have had in the past, an investigative assistant. It was a limited term position, which is why they no longer have that position. So we would like to bring back as a permanent position the investigative assistant, which can assist investigations, can help put together the trial information, and that since this is not a peace officer, they do not go through the lengthy background check, and it would be easier for us to recruit for. Now, that being said, we will unfund the investigator position to be able to recruit for this position.
Judy, as I read the job description, it still says a law enforcement or the bachelor's degree in criminal, so it could be either
Yes.
or? Okay.
Yes.
Sure, I have a question. This investigative assistant, is the compensation package related to the position and duties?
over a sworn officer in the investigator position? Is it equal, or is it?
It's not to the level of the the full district attorney investigator.
Okay, I have a question for District Attorney Yo.
Good morning.
You're willing to give up one of your investigator positions?
I will be back asking for it to be funded, probably mid-year, or depending on what happens today with the election. But even if I'm not asking now or in January, I will be asking for it for next budget because we do need more investigators. I could probably use 3 right now with our caseload, but they are just so hard to recruit for. We had the position open for a long time until we found one investigator, the one who resigned recently. A big part of it's money. You know, you keep hearing about how hard it is for the sheriff's office to keep people because of the pay compared to other counties. You know, historically, my investigators have come from the sheriff's office. Our pay is so low, I can't even get somebody from the sheriff's office. So I don't anticipate being able to recruit somebody within any reasonable period of time. But I do believe I can recruit an unsworn position. We had this position before a few years ago, and it was kind of a budget. It was a budget savings because a lot of what DIIs do can be done by somebody who is non-sworn. It doesn't mean we don't need sworn DIIs. I do, but I need somebody. I need help, and this is a way to get it faster.
You need a warm body.
I need a warm, smart body, someone who can do a lot of other things. And the other thing is my one remaining investigator. He's probably not going to be able to hang on for more than a year. I've been asking him, please hang on, don't retire, because he's been eligible to retire. But I'm not sure that that's going to last much longer. So we are going to have to start recruiting for the full DII position, which is hard because it's funded, and then we don't have somebody sitting in the position. But we will have to reopen that. It's just that I can't. I need this position in the meantime. And hopefully going forward, maybe I could do with 2 sworn investigators and an investigative assistant position. It's something that I've had conversations with the CIO's office and with HR about trying to build a career ladder for the DAIs, for my investigation staff, so that we can be competitive in recruiting the sworn peace officers that we need. But right now I need somebody. And if we can get this adjusted and we open a recruitment, I would anticipate it's still going to be about 3 months before I have someone in place, realistically. But if I just open up the investigator position, it's going to be a year more. I just don't know what to do at this point.
How would that impact the sheriff's investigations coming into your office?
Oh, I'm sorry, what do you mean?
In other words, when the sheriff's department brings a case towards your office and it requires assistance on a DA's investigator, by reducing this status to a DA's assistant investigator without police powers, would that compromise any type of follow-up investigation from your office to them?
No, it shouldn't. I still do have the one sworn peace officer. And like I said, the unsworn position can do a lot of what the sworn position does that doesn't require the gun and the badge. No powers of arrest. They can't write search warrants, things like that. But there are a lot of things that they can do. Talking to witnesses over the phone. They can testify. They can collect evidence. They can be trained on, driving pieces of evidence down to the DOJ, contacting lay witnesses and other agencies and tracking down documents. They can do a lot of what the DAIs can do. It's just they can't do the stuff that requires a gun and a badge. When we did have the position in the past, it was very successful and it was very helpful in piecing those other investigations together that needed some work done after they were forwarded to my office. Right now, the situation is if there has to be follow-up done, I got one person to do it, and that's it. And if we had a trial last week, and my investigator was stuck with my deputy in trial for 3 days. So no investigation pieces got finished. What we're having to do is send things back to the agencies, and they're short, so things are just languishing. So it's something that has to work together. We have to boost up our investigation staff, as the sheriff's office has to boost up theirs as well. It's a resource issue, and right now I feel like I have no choice. I do not want to give up this position. I will be back asking for funding for it so I can start a recruitment, but right now I need somebody, and this is the fastest way to get somebody in place, some help.
My main concern, because I do have a working experience of how the process goes, and Question for Ms. Hawkins. This position can be reverted back to a full-time investigator upon a board approval at a later date?
Well, I think the DA's intention is to actually add another investigative position, because she could also use the investigative assistant as well, because she needs more bodies. But, excuse me, if it was decided that she could only have 2 bodies, then we could possibly come back and change the position, but we would, well, actually, no, we can't. If we have a body in that position, no, we could not.
Basically, I think what District Attorney Uke is saying is that right now she needs the investigative assistant. We are not eliminating or deleting the other district attorney investigator, and she will come back at some point, whether it's mid-year or for budget next year, and request that position be funded at that time, which would then give her 2 DA investigators and an investigative assistant. But for now, she is looking to take the funding because she recognizes that the issues of recruiting a DA investigator are such, and I believe that there are people that she can recruit and hire for the investigative assistant, and just take the funding that was allocated for the current position and use it to fund the investigative assistant for the remainder of the year.
Right, and since it's not a peace officer position, we don't have to go through the full post background, and it doesn't have the same retirement system. It's a lot cheaper position than the sworn position.
But we're not actually losing a position. We're adding another position, an investigator assistant.
Correct, but I'm using the funding for the DA.
We're not funding the second investigator.
Right, it's not going to cost you anything today.
We just want to make sure we don't lose that position.
Thank you.
Okay. Any public comments?
Al Segala, Taxpayer Association. I really agree with the level of responsibility that Human Services and our district attorney is doing. It's a good thing. And that's not the only good thing that's happening in our county. The idea of hiring people that are not sworn deputies or sworn public officials to handle workload is a good idea. And this is actually happening in their jails as well. There's a tremendous difficulty in getting sworn officers for a jail, and it was discovered that certain positions can be done by non-sworn people. For instance, in the control center, populating that doesn't require contact with the prisoners, and it does require some intelligent work, but it could be done without going through the other process. Also, it hasn't been mentioned, but as people are hired in a position less than a sworn deputy, they don't have post-training and some other things that they need to have, and also background checks. It's possible that they're going through a training process. They may have ambitions of becoming a sworn official. If that's the case, well, that's good news for the future. And so we're almost creating a training ground that could help satisfy our needs in the future. Plus, we'll know that person very well because they already work for us. In any case, one of the things that we're moving into, in my opinion, is increased prosecutorial work and arrests for what's usually called victimless crimes. This is where people violate a regulation. They've not committed a crime against anybody, but they've broken the law. And sometimes this is handled through a civil process, maybe a zoning violation or something else.
30 seconds.
So what we might pay attention to is to avoid increasing this type of criminal activity in our county if possible. In other words, that means not having more more laws or more regulations that would create a heavier workload on our law enforcement and on the district attorney. Thank you.
All right, any other public comments? Have a motion, please.
I make a motion to approve.
All right. Have a motion by Supervisor Wright.
I'll second.
Second by Supervisor Ponte. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? So are they going to need time for setup? Okay. So we're going to take a 5-minute break so while planning sets up. Ready?
Okay, so item 7 is from the Planning Department to adopt an ordinance approving a zoning amendment, zoning amendment 2016-103 for APN 34-002-047 located at 4022 Sheep Ranch Road, Murphys, from recreation to general agriculture for Ron and Nedra Osteen.
Good morning, Peter Bauer, Planning Department. As stated, this is a rezone request to change the zoning from rec to A1. It's a 40-acre parcel. The rec zoning goes back to 1965. It was part of a larger project known as the Mineral Mountain Estates, a portion of which was developed. The rest just never went further. There is a single-family residence and outbuildings on the property, and the applicants have requested it be rezoned back to agriculture. The Planning Commission heard this on October 13th and recommended approval unanimously in a 4-0 vote. I think the rest is pretty self-explanatory. If you have any questions, I'm free to answer, and the applicant is here.
Okay. Any public comments?
Scala Taxpayer Association, we would support this, and it goes in harmony with your responsibility to protect our rights to life, liberty, and property. This is simply a matter of property, and the property rights of the owner. It's a no-brainer. Thank you.
Any other public comments on this? No? Board comments?
I'll make a motion to approve.
All right, I have a motion by Supervisor Ponte.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Olvera. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay.
Item 8 is from the Planning Department to approve a resolution to establish agricultural preserve number 353 for 1,015.38 acres located east of the Golden Hills subdivision, and to simultaneously disestablish agricultural preserve number 105 for 905.43 acres for Joseph and Cheryl Lombardi, file 2016-1072.
Good morning, Gina Cathan, County Planning. As Diane just said, you have before you an application to establish a new ag preserve. The total amount of acreage is 1,015 acres approximately. Also located over by the Golden Hills subdivision. A portion of that land, about 905 acres of that land, was previously in an ag preserve, or I should say currently is in an ag preserve. The land has been purchased by the Lombardi family. They wish to dissolve or disestablish the current ag preserve contract. In addition, they're going to add acreage, approximately 109.95 acres, to that overall, to that current ag preserve contract, just establishing their own contract, number 353.
Public comments?
Thank you.
Scala Taxpayer Association. This is a result of state law, legislature, and I think the purpose is to encourage agriculture, and to do so by using the taxation and force of government, take money from other people to give to these people because they're more important. I don't know if you read George Orwell's Animal Farm. If you read Animal Farm, the pigs took over the farm, and there's a revolution, and they were doing it for equality. And they had a slogan that everybody's equal, except the pigs are more equal than the others. So the pigs ruled. And the lesson with Animal Farm, like 1984, which was also written by George Orwell, was that you have to be careful with what you do with government and what you do with taxes. There's number 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 that have to do with the agricultural preserves. I couldn't find the amount of money in any of them, and only one of them specified, two of them specify the amount of acreage involved. And so we should know the amount of money that's going to be taken from the taxpayers. Now, the state government, since it's so kind, has decided to take the money from the state taxpayers. It'll take our money from the state and then reimburse the county for the amount of money that the county's out because of this change to this very low classification for agricultural purposes. We need to know what that amount of money is and see if there's some way to help our ranchers and farmers. Maybe it have to do with the assessor. I'm not sure exactly what the mechanisms would be.
30 seconds.
But taking money from some to give to others brings about bad consequences that are not anticipated when you start this thing. So I would vote no on 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. Placeholder.
Okay. Any other public comments? Okay. Board comments?
I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
So I have a motion by Supervisor Wright, and a second by Supervisor Ponte. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Item 9 is from the Planning Department to adopt an ordinance amending the zoning of APN 016-021-019 and 020 from residential agriculture, APN 016-024-005 and 006 from unclassified, APN 016-024-118 from general agricultural mineral extraction, and APN 016-024-119 from residential agriculture, general agriculture mineral extraction to agriculture preserve for Joseph and Cheryl Lombardi, filed 2016-1072.
So this item goes along with the previous action you just took. For those parcels that were not included in the other Ag Preserve contract, these parcels do need to be rezoned to Ag Preserve AP to signify the Williamson Act.
Okay. Any public comments?
Alsa County Tax Association, same comments as the last one, but what the unknown is the amount of money involved. On the last one, we had 1,015 acres, and we could probably figure out what sort of money is going to happen here that's going to hurt the taxpayers. But on this one, we don't have the slightest idea. We could be talking about 1,000 acres, 100 acres. It's not shown unless you went to the maps and you did the research to find out how many acres are involved. And then, of course, the question is, how much money is involved? And it's good to know that before you vote on things that have to do with money. Thank you.
Any other public comments?
I just want to make a notation that, the information for all of these things is very specific, well thought out, and reviewed by both the Ag Committee as well as the Planning Commission in regards to your questions, comments.
Yeah, so all the Ag Preserve contracts that we're reviewing today have obviously come to you through the Ag Commissioner's office with a recommendation from the Ag Advisory Committee for approval of each one. In addition, for those two items that actually have zoning amendments attached to them, they did indeed go before the Planning Commission, and they too have voted with a recommendation for you to adopt.
Okay. Any other public comments?
Kevin Wright, the Ag Commissioner. On this particular one, it might be a little confusing. There was already 905 acres that were in the previous Ag Preserve, and so the zoning changes were for the 110 acres additionally. So the thing that she was talking about this time really had to do with what was going on before too. So most of these acres, the 905 of that 1,000 acres, was already zoned Ag Preserve, so there would be no changes in the taxes on that one. So the new parcels are going from rural agriculture or whatever. It's good. So 110 acres is the only acres that's going to change. And really, what this does for most of on that map there, it kind of fills in the area between the way the shape of this thing was mostly fills in this area that's in between. Now, all of this area, not just the 905, but the 110 acres also were part of the burn. And so by having the cows in there, it actually lessens the amount of fuel that gets burned. And so by having cattle on this particular property and having it well taken care of and fenced is a benefit to the county. And I think that's one of the reasons why most of us support agricultural preserves in our county, because cattle lessen the fuel load, and that's a benefit for all of us. The other thing is, an ag preserve is a cost to the person who actually owns that particular property too. You got to remember that he is putting his property, he's restricting his property so it's not developed. It can't be developed over the course of those 10 years that he has an ag preserve. And that's a rolling, it's always 10 years unless he decides to get out. So there's a cost to the person who owns that property, a benefit to the county. And he's not able to develop that property. So that being such, that's why there's less value attributed to that by the assessor's office. If you wanted to know the exact amounts, you would have to go to the assessor's office and see what their tax schedule is. We don't really know that. It's not our purview. Our purview is to determine that it's agricultural land, it's being used for agriculture, and that, therefore, it is a benefit to our county. I hope that helps.
You'll be also the property owner's wishes. Okay. Any other public comments?
I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second it. Motion by Supervisor Ponte, second by Supervisor Wright. All in favor? Aye. Opposed?
Item 10 is from the Planning Department to adopt a resolution to establish agricultural preserve number 358 for 454.6 acres at 1821 Hubbard Road, Mountain Ranch for Mary Suchi, filed 2016-1071.
So similar situation, application submitted by the landowner to the Ag Commissioner requesting 454.6 acres of land up in the Mountain Ranch area be placed into an ag preserve. It's a cattle operation. They actually, they have a lease agreement with a local rancher by the last name of Selly, who's been running the cattle on the property. They too have also demonstrated that they have the capability of meeting the minimum annual income requirements. And as I said before, this one also comes to you with a recommendation from your Ag Commissioner as well as your Ag Advisory Committee and your Planning Commission with a recommendation of approval.
Okay. Any public comments? Okay, bring it back to the board.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Okay, so a motion by Supervisor Wright,
I'll second.
second by Supervisor Fonte. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you.
Item 11 is from the Planning Department to adopt an ordinance amending the zoning of APN 020-031-021 from recreation and APN 020-015-009 from recreation 10-acre minimum parcel size to ag preserve for Mary Suchi, file 2016-1071.
So this is the follow-up action necessary to signify the Williamson Act. Same property. Property is currently zoned recreation, and recreation with a minimum 10-acre parcel size, and the request is to go to the AP zone district signifying the Williamson Act.
All right. Public comments on this? All right.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Motion by Supervisor Wright,
I'll second.
second by Supervisor Ponte. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Item 12 is from the Planning Department to adopt a resolution to disestablish Agricultural Preserve number 316 for Gerald Allen Dunn and establish Agricultural Preserve number 356 for Gino and Nanette Selly. APN 020-033-079 is 197.9 acres located off Swiss Ranch Road, north of the intersection of Swiss Ranch Road and Eden's Gate Lane in Mountain Ranch, file 2016-1069.
So this is just a classic case of transfer of title. So we have the Sellys who purchased land from the Dunns, and basically the land is currently already under the restriction of the Williamson Act, and this action will just simply initiate a new contract with the Sellys and disestablish the current contract with the Dunns.
Okay. Public comments?
It's pretty hard to recommend that you don't approve this when it's so much embedded in state law. And but I think it is wise to compute the tax loss when you change the land use to agricultural preserve. I understand that the taxes for land used by cattle is very, very small, but if it was just agricultural property, the tax would be much higher. How much higher? How much smaller? What amount of money is involved with this? And I think I think it can be computed, and I think by doing that, it'll give you a better picture of what's happening, because you're taking the money from the county taxpayers, but you're depending on the state reimbursing you that money. It's called subvention or something like that. And the state is not known for fiscal responsibility. Okay, so we know that to be a fact. The fire tax is a good example of that. So do you really have assurance that the state's going to reimburse you from the money you've taken from the county taxpayers?
They never have.
Well, maybe.
For a very long time, anyway.
Well, anyway, so I'm not recommending that you not vote against this, but when this comes up in the future, perhaps we would move forward and reform this a little bit to the extent of your power to make it more clear to the taxpayers as to what you're doing. Thank you.
Okay. Any other public comments?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Motion by Supervisor Wright to approve.
I'll second.
Second by Supervisor Ponte. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, good. 13.
Item 13 is from the Planning Department to adopt a resolution upholding the Planning Commission denial of the appeal of Planning Director decision to deny 2016-482 commercial cannabis registration for Jose Orozco on 2701 Independence Road in Railroad Flat, file 2016-1088.
Okay, so this is an appeals hearing, and this is kind of how appeals hearings go. So you have staff presentation, and board questions to staff, presentation by the appellant. Any questions by the board to the appellant are fine. Do that. Then you go to presentation by members of the public shall be limited to 5 minutes per person, so the public has a chance also. And then a summation and rebuttal by appellants, which is 15 minutes for each appellant, and also serve rebuttal by a member of the public. Oh, staff summation and rebuttal, then serve rebuttal by a member of the public. Then you'll close the appeal hearing, and then we'll bring it back to the board for discussion. So first is staff presentation and board questions of staff.
Okay, are we ready? So what we're about to hear is an appeal of a Planning Commission decision to deny the appeal of the Planning Director's decision to deny a commercial cannabis registration. So the Planning Director's original reasons for denial for the commercial cannabis registration were based on three different problems or issues that we had. One was the demonstration of lawful possession of the property prior to May 10th. In addition to inadequate evidence of cultivation activity prior to May 10th. And the last one is the no legal source of water. So we'll go ahead and start with the lawful possession of the property. As interpreted by the by county staff under the urgency ordinance, the applicants and landowners were supposed to demonstrate that they had lawful possession of the property either through a deed or through a lawful rental agreement or lease agreement, and that had to be prior to May 10th. Demonstrated in the file submitted with the packet was a grant deed, and the grant deed was actually granting the registrant title of the land, he and his brother. But the problem is that the recorded date on the deed was actually May 10th or May 11th, and which by our determination didn't qualify for the prior to May 10th requirement through the urgency ordinance. Evidence of cultivation prior to May 10th. This one is basically the applicant registered the cultivation site under parcel number 1430 06. He registered for 22,000 square feet of outdoor cultivation. Cultivation as of May 10th, by our calculation, was less than 22,000 square feet, and it happened to be located on the adjacent parcel. Our evidence did not reveal any development of the subject site for cultivation as of May 10th. This was the presentation we made to the Planning Commission, and during that presentation, it was presented to us that Cal State Engineering actually did, through the grading permit process, actually did a survey of the property and the cultivation site, revealing that the actual cultivation encroached over onto both parcels rather than just the one, as we originally, as it was originally depicted in our aerial photography. So here's a picture. It's a little bit clearer. This aerial photo is from June 10th. The images shown here indicates that the cultivation was solely upon the adjacent parcel, which was not registered, but as I said before, subsequent to this photo, there was an actual survey done that illustrates part of this cultivation actually going over the property line and onto the adjacent parcel that was registered. Although there was no significant evidence of the of cultivation, preparation for cultivation on the subject parcel that was registered, it was clear through the registration application and the additional maps and things that were submitted with the registration packet that the applicant had the intention of actually relocating that cultivation site. And the relocation was for the purpose of complying with the setback requirements of 75 feet. But the problem that we had was that there was no evidence of prior grading or preparation on the subject parcel that was registered for. There was no actual activity that showed that intention prior to May 10th. So although they indicate that this is what they wanted to do, there was no evidence on the ground that supported it. So here is a Google image from May 31st. You can see that there's no plants in the ground that are acknowledged there. We do see a couple of stockpiles of some soil. What begins to be looks like some grading that was done on the parcel where the actual cultivation is taking place. But still, other than a few trees being removed, we didn't see any significant evidence of preparation for cultivation in the relocation spot. Here's the bigger shot of that June 10th photo showing where the cultivation currently lies. Again, keep in mind the parcel boundaries on this GIS layer are inaccurate. We're just simply looking at them for the photos at this point. Here's the most recent aerial photography that we have from August, September. I remeasured this site this morning. It looks as though from the previous June 10th photo, we've got some additional cultivation that is taking place, a third row that appears, if you will, and I measured it out at about 13,380 square feet, which is still less than the 22,000 square feet that was registered for. So moving on to the legal water source, the actual application, the registrant made reference to his legal water source as being surface water from an unnamed creek. Surface water rights are very complicated. We did do some research, and I think Ethan's going to probably touch on that a little bit later in the presentation. But there's different types of water rights, riparian rights, appropriative rights, prescriptive rights, and we just didn't see the evidence in the file that gave us that, that assurance that the water source as recognized in the application was an actual legal source of water. So we had a short discussion at the Planning Commission, lacking an actual acknowledgement from the appropriate state agency saying, yes, all is well. we're assuming at this point that, that we don't have the right, or I should say the applicant does not have the right to use the water as he was using it. It's our understanding that there was irrigation from a nearby stream, identified, I believe, as Penn Creek, and in addition to the storage of that water for future irrigation. So in conclusion, for failure to comply with the urgency ordinance requirements, the Planning Commission denied the claim, the appeal, upholding the Planning Director's determination to deny the registration. And Ethan, I don't know, do you want to touch on this now, or do we want to reserve this for later on in the discussion? Okay.
Ethan Turner, Deputy County Counsel. The Planning Commission had a very lengthy hearing on this issue, and they struggled with it quite a bit. Gina has put the language of the statute up on the screen for you to see. And the issue was not that necessarily that he didn't prove that he had lawful possession, but the Planning Commission, in particular Commissioner Wooster, looked at the plain meaning and took a very strict literal reading of the code. And it says that a recorded deed proving the registrant's ownership of the parcel prior to May 10th. And so he saw the recorded deed, and he looked at it, and he said within the four corners of that document, there is no evidence that he owned the property prior to May 10th. And he read the code to strictly require that it be a recorded deed which proves lawful ownership or the lawful right to possess and use prior to May 10th. And during the course of the hearing, and I believe the Planning Commission was provided with a letter from the former landowner, it was argued and parties testified to the fact that escrow had actually closed prior to May 10th. And that First American Title, for reasons unknown, took 7 days to bring the deed over to the recorder's office and record it. And even after having heard all of that, the Planning Commission looked at the language of the statute and said, no, you must have a recorded deed. And they, again, wanted to leave the interpretation of the statute to the board rather than to get creative with the language. They just read it and said, your recorded deed is here, but it does not prove that you have a lawful right to possession prior to May 10th, and the code requires this particular form of evidence. And that's not as the basis for that, which was speculated on during the hearing, was that the Planning Department has received all manner of evidence to prove ownership, from marriage settlement agreements to just letters from owners to letters of administration, all manners of evidence and different types of documents to prove ownership. And so it was the belief of the Commission that the statute required a deed because that's a quick, verifiable, and easy to authenticate document that shows ownership. And that's what they relied on. They relied on the literal interpretation of the statute that it must be a deed which proves ownership prior to May 10th. And it will be up to the board to determine whether or not they want the language to be strictly applied like that, or if it is the spirit of the ordinance to prove by any means that you had lawful ownership of the land prior to May 10th. Could you go to the next slide? The second issue for proving that there had been grading or adequate preparation for cultivation prior to May 10th. The applicant showed that applied for a 22,000 square foot grow, and the Planning Department found that he had an 8,000 square foot grow through aerial imagery. And it's been the position of the Planning Department and of the Planning Director that the ordinance put in the May 10th deadline because they didn't want people to expand the area of growing that they weren't previously doing, or to make an application for a grow that they would like to do and apply for the max amount. They're supposed to be applying for the amount of cultivation that they're doing as of May 10th. Additionally, they found that the grow, according to surveys that were taken by Mr. Peters, who's president of the audience and will likely speak on the subject, that the lot lines bisected the grow, and it would therefore have problems with a 75-foot setback, which is also required by the code. And the planning department has told the applicant that they can remedy this situation by getting a lot line adjustment, but to date there is no application that's been submitted for that purpose. So at this time it looks like he has a grow smaller than he applied for, and that there's a 75-foot setback problem, although that wasn't one of the bases for denial the Planning Commission relied on. Go ahead, next one. Oh yeah, the legal water source. The applicant, as indicated by Gina, stated that the legal water source relied on was an unnamed creek. At the beginning of the Planning Commission hearing, Gina read into the record an email that was received from a neighbor named Sean Hollingsworth, who reported that the creek had been dried up and that the applicant had pumped from it prior to it being dried up. Now, as Mr. Williams will explain, all property owners have riparian right to use creeks that abut their property, and they just have to apply to the water board to state that they're using it. However, if the creek is dry, and has been since prior to the September hearing, he would have had to have been storing it. And that's an appropriative right. You would have to get a permit prior to using a seasonal creek for storage during the winter. And that would not be a lawful water source. And it may be that the applicant can explain his water source, but it cannot certainly be that he was drawing from a seasonal creek, storing that water, and using it after the creek was dried up. That's all. Any questions for Gina or myself?
When you say abut their property, okay, are you meaning running through their property, adjacent to their property?
Touching upon their property, and Mr. Williams is practices water rights, and he'll be able to explain what that means. But yeah, it's my understanding that it touches upon the property, runs through the property, it is on the property.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board?
Just to clarify, so the application was for, I'll just use the last three digits, 006 parcel, correct? But the grow is still on 003. It was never moved over to 006 based on the maps I'm seeing. Correct. So the registration, see if I can back this thing up. Back. So I apologize, this picture's a little small.
It's okay.
So
the
parcel to the right, the larger parcel, 14,030,006 was the parcel that the registration came in under. And there was it was very clear, the applicant he was not attempting to hide anything. It was very clear in the registration packet that he was relocating the grow to that specific site for the purpose of relocating it to get out of the setback. As I said before, upon our initial review of the application in conjunction with the aerial photography that was available to us, there was no evidence at that time that the cultivation site was actually located on the property that was registered. However, subsequent to that, through a survey done by Cal State Engineering, they did identify that there is one of three rows, if you will, that is actually encroaching onto the subject parcel that was registered. But the majority of the cultivation site and the disturbance of the land is actually on the adjacent parcel, which was not registered.
And on May 31st, this Google image, I mean, it looks like to me there's no cultivation, just some clearing of the land.
I would say clear evidence of preparation. It seems to go along with the photos that they submitted with the registration. There's some grading, some tree removal, and some terracing. It appears that would, in fact, be on the parcel that was not registered, but I don't believe it's actually preparation of cultivation in the relocation site that you'll find on the parcel that was registered. In fact, they did submit a grading plan to the Public Works Department for the grading of that 22,000 square foot area, and that was done in the first part of September. So there was an application for a grading permit that was submitted with the registration packet, but the application itself and the plan, the grading plan, did not get submitted to the Public Works Department for a couple months after that. But again, you know, it was very clear there was definite intent to do that. There was nothing, you know, misleading or hiding. He wasn't trying to, you know, mislead us in any way. It was just an oversight at the time and a misunderstanding as to what exactly he was doing. But here again, there was no real evidence of ground clearance or preparation for cultivation in that area on the parcel that was registered. Thank you.
Any other questions from the board?
Not at this time.
All right, so presentation by the appellant.
Happy Election Day. I'm Chris Williams. I'm presenting the appeal for Jose Orozco. And I would like to ask you if all of you got a copy of my appeal brief. Great, great. What I'd like to give you also, and I don't really view this as new evidence. Some of it was submitted before. It has to do with the water rights issue. And emails that were received by the planning department, we submitted them to the planning department. Emails from the Division of Water Rights, and I don't know how you can misinterpret them the way they have, but they have. And then this is actually a copy of an initial statement of water diversion and use, which has been filed. It doesn't have to be, but it was. And there's no copies for, let me see, I'll get Peter in.
Mr. Chair, just to clarify, this evidence was presented to the Commission, Planning Commission also. Is that correct? Do you know?
Yes. That permit wasn't, but the email correspondence was.
Okay, so
Yeah, that's correct.
just for the record, the permit wasn't, correct? But the email
Correct.
correspondence was.
The permit statement is new, but the email, it was actually presented to the Planning Commission.
And just to be clear with County Council, if we were presented new evidence, and that would be the kicker of a decision, then the decision would be to send it back to the Planning Commission, correct?
Correct. Any new evidence the planning commission should consider if the board considers it essentially substantial to where it would sway, or you feel that it would sway the decision, you have the ability to refer it back to the planning commission or to not consider it.
Thank you.
If we get to that point, we'll just withdraw that piece of evidence because it's basically irrelevant. It's not relevant to your decision making. We're just showing you what it looks like. You heard the staff's presentation, And I would say this. The staff position, the Planning Commission's position ignores real property law. It ignores engineering reports and evidence, and it ignores state water law. It's 3 strikes. It's wrong on every single point. The law is that when somebody grants a piece of property to someone else and delivers or has intention to deliver, that is delivery. That gives lawful ownership. If you look, here, let me see, I'm looking at subpart N2A of your ordinance. It says a recorded deed proving the registrant's ownership of the parcel prior to May 10th, 2016. So what's the relevant point? Lawful ownership. In any other legal venue, he would be determined to have legal ownership prior to May 10th. One of the things that I attached there is the Alta settlement sheet from the title company. And if you look up in the left-hand corner, it has disbursement date and close date. When a title company closes escrow and distributes funds, there's delivery. There's been a transfer of ownership, and you're just making things up to say that's not what we meant. What you meant was he has to show lawful ownership. That subsection that I just read to you reads the same thing. Now, this is you know, you got to decide whether you're trying to engender trust and respect for the law or engender disrespect for the law. And my concern in attending these meetings is that it appears to me that the decision-making by the Planning Commission, at least, I think the supervisors are doing better, is very result-oriented. It's very directed towards deny, deny, deny. It's like an insurance company. Because when you say we're going to literally interpret things, we don't really care whether that literal interpretation carries out what the intent was behind the provision. That is wrong. No, I rest strongly on that legal issue of whether there was ownership. There was lawful ownership before May 10th. The inadequate evidence of cultivation, I'm going to probably have Jose Orozco speak to that a little bit as well. But part of the confusion on that is, again, the map problem. I've referenced the map problem, your improper boundary lines. I put most of the text of that argument in footnote 2 on page 3. This is a problem that is going to come back and bite you because there are laws that say if you have non-licensed surveyors monkeying around with real property parcel lines, that is against the law. And if you keep doing it, it's malicious and it's a criminal penalty. And I would not be surprised if you get a letter or somebody shows up at your door from the state licensed surveyors and tells you this. So far, you just keep ignoring it, and you say, hey, you got the burden of proving our maps are wrong. Our burden is we file an APN. I mean, we file, a parcel that we're going to work on. It has a legal description. We rely on that legal description. You put a line on a map, and you say we have to prove that line wrong. We have proven that line wrong. I mean, Peter at the last meeting on this said these lines can often be way off or significantly off. The other thing is there was, as Gina said, the grow area straddled the common boundary line. But in that regard, Jose Orozco owns both parcels. And so staff suggested that, that problem could be solved by doing a lot line adjustment, and then it's all on parcel 6. And we haven't pursued that yet because the rest of the staff report said, but anyway, it doesn't matter because we've got these other 2 reasons that make the application rejectable. There was pre-grading on property. The property was graded before this applicant bought it. If you go to that picture, I think it was May 31, you'll see a big bald spot on it. Jose did that. There were trees there. And he's gotten dinged for that. But that's work that was done. There was grading done by the deadline. Now, in good faith, they filed a grading permit and trying to cure the problem with the boundary lines and the straddling of the grow area straddling the common property line, and they were told, we're not accepting any grading applications right now. But they did eventually get a full grading plan submitted, and Robin Peters of Cal State Engineering testified before the Planning Commission, submitted a full-scale drawing. It showed where all the grow area was, and you can see quite clearly that it's on both sides of the line. And as I say, when I'm done, I'm going to have Jose come up and explain a little more detail about that. The final issue on the legal water source, this just stupefies me because the state board has provided information to the planning staff, and they've misinterpreted it and ignored it. A riparian user, somebody who puts their siphon into the stream because their land abuts the stream, if it's the first time they've done that, which it is the first time, they have until July 1st of the following year to file an initial statement of diversion and use. And as all of the state water rights papers attached here and submitted indicate, it is not a permitting process. It is not a licensing process. A riparian owner doesn't get anything back when it files an initial statement of diversion and use. It's just a repository. It's to gauge the amount of water that is being taken from the stream and to put people on notice that this is happening, and if they object to it or they think it's adversely affecting their use, they can raise it. Storage issue, brand new, first heard today. It's not an issue. He wasn't storing any water. He wants to store water, but he will have to apply for an appropriative permit to store water that he pulls from that stream. And he intends to do that. I think he's buying water now. And that's just kind of a curious thing when you think about it. The water districts in the county have bulk water hauling stations, and they're making their water available to trucks that truck water to the growers. That's all surface water. I mean, so those two issues are so clear. And as I say, the land thing should be clear because there was pre-existing grading. Before he ever bought it, he did some before he filed, and he did some after. You know, and he has a right to do some regarding the setback issue. But so I hope that you'll look closely at this and reverse the Planning Commission, because this guy has done everything he can to comply with your rules and regulations. And I think the overriding thing that I see is you pass an ordinance, you urge people to come out in the open and be transparent, and then they do it, and then you ding them. So you've made enemies of them, as well as all of the black market growers who continue to grow and not under your regulation. But I'm going to ask Jose Orozco to come up, and if Robin Peters, the engineer, needs to come up, and Laura Hall is also here, the environmental consultant who did all that work, but to just talk about the evidence of cultivation.
Good morning, Jose Orozco here. You guys have any questions? What I was going to talk about was this prior area up here on top, where you see the big bald patch. That used to look something like what's all around there, basically all trees, you know. And I did that before I even knew that you guys were passing an ordinance. I closed escrow on my property in April 29th. So as of April 29th, we've been out there on the property doing work to it. As I was out there, I found out that the ordinance had passed, and we just started doing everything we had to do to try to be compliant with that. We hired Laura Hall. She's a water specialist, environmental specialist, so that we were, doing everything the way we're supposed to do. We're taking advice from everybody possible, and we hired an engineer because the terraces were already there when I first bought the property, so that was the easiest place, that's where we set it up. Once we did it, we found out that our property line was way too close to us. So we came to the planning department, submitted all our paperwork. They told us, you guys have to relocate. So we did it. We didn't do it because when we submitted everything's basically on hold till, your guys' decision. We have our grading permit, everything there. We have our graders ready to do the work. We could have already had it done, but we wanted to do it legally and wait for all the proper permits and stuff instead of just doing like everybody else did and just show up with a bulldozer and set it all up and make everybody happy. So we try to go through the process, and we're kind of on hold on that. As far as the water goes, the creek doesn't straddle my property. This is just a small partial of what we have. This is a 2.5 acre that you can't even see the full 2.5, and then we have 10 acres that run all the way across pretty much 2 mountains there, and the creek runs right through part of our 10 acres. So it's not like it's kind of, sort of on our property. It's on our property, and the only reason we would have drilled a well if that wasn't the way that you could do it. But, we found out we had riparian rights, so that was our legal source of water right there, so that's the way we went about it. They were saying that if we were storing water, we weren't storing water. I have 2 2,500-gallon containers that we would fill up daily and empty out daily. Once we started having all these problems, I resorted to buying the water from somebody also that's permitted by the county to sell me and deliver water. So we did that till pretty much we harvested. And, it's just an extra cost on top of everything else, but, we just were trying to do everything right. We weren't trying to just show up and slap a bunch of stuff together. We were trying to do it the way we thought, or we were advised it was supposed to be done.
Any questions?
I have a question. How much did you end up growing? How big of a?
We had, I thought it was 22,000 square foot. We measured it, with our, of course, it's on a terrace, so I'm not exactly sure how they, take in consideration, but we thought we had 22,000 square foot, and we have plans and already turned into the county for 22,000 square foot relocation up here. The road's going to cut right through the middle of that garden that's there now. so we can meet our setbacks. That was, and the only reason we even said that is because the county said that we didn't meet our setbacks and we had to do something else. So, you know, a lot of people are doing this stuff, so it took us a couple months to get our plans all turned in, you know, to the county department, and we did so. And as far as, at one point they said it was 8,000, and then now it says 13,000, but I thought I had 22,000, you know.
Did you have somebody measure that?
Yes. Yeah, we went out there and measured it, and me and actually Laura went out there and measured it as part of our permitting process, and we had came up with 22,000 square foot, you know, and that's why we stopped there, because that's what we thought where we had to stop.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions right now? You have somebody else that wants to present as well? Yes.
Good morning. Robin Peters with Cal State Engineering. I just want to give a quick overview of what we were hired to do and what our findings were. And we've touched on all of this already, but I thought I'd give you maybe a more complete picture. Jose retained us to do an as-built exhibit of what he had prepared on site, and then to relate it to the property boundaries, because, as you know, the urgency ordinance focuses on setbacks a great deal, and to ensure that, you know, neighboring properties aren't affected by these operations. So when we did our survey, we discovered that, in fact, the boundary line between Jose's two pieces of property does bisect the garden area. There are three terraces, three major terraces, and then some other ancillary areas. One of the terraces is entirely on the registered property. The others are either partially or not at all on the property. The bottom line is his garden area spills over onto both properties. There's no dispute of that. So when we discovered the conflict, and then when you factored in the setback issues, of course there's a 75-foot setback from the property line on both sides, so there's a 150-foot swath through there that would be where the grow wouldn't be permitted. So Jose hired us to redesign the grow area and situate it entirely onto the permitted or the registered property, so that it met all of the setback criteria. Now, that grading has not been done yet because everything's on hold pending these appeals. But we have prepared and submitted for approval a grading plan that essentially slides the grow area onto the easterly of these two properties, and in such a way that all the setbacks are met. Jose also directed us at one time to start the process of the boundary line adjustment. The county suggested that that might be an alternate way to make sure the setback issue disappeared. We put that process on hold, again, pending the outcome of the appeal, but that is another alternative way that Jose can meet the setbacks without doing quite as much grading. So I'm happy to answer any questions. We did have a licensed surveyor do the surveying work, so there just isn't any question about the boundary issue anymore.
Chair, I have a question. Is there a report you generated regarding this work?
A report?
A recommendation to your client or anything like that? As far as survey and as far as redesigning?
We did prepare several sets of plans. That is not really a report, but that is the deliverable, if you will, from the work that we did. That is not it. The plan set that we prepared is 5 or 6 sheets, and that was submitted to the Public Works Department for approval.
And when was this work done?
We did our survey work on June 17. Actually, let me clarify. We did our first survey on June 17, and then Jose hired us to the urgency ordinance allows for relocation of the grow area and additional grading for that relocation if there's a conflict with the setbacks. Once we discovered the conflict with the setbacks, we did additional surveying to expand our coverage so that we could actually do the relocation. So we were out there twice. First time, June 17. I don't have the date of the second time.
Council, is that correct about the urgency ordinance with that modification? Do you know offhand?
I'm sorry, would you clarify what areas of the agency ordinance you were specifying?
If there's a need to do additional grading to allow the grow to meet the setbacks, that is permitted by the urgency ordinance. Gina, you can probably clarify that better than I.
Yeah, I did pull up the section where it references the 75-foot setback.
Yeah, I believe that's the only time that additional grading is allowed is for the purpose of relocating a garden to get it out of that setback, that 75-foot setback for compliance.
That's correct, and that's what we're doing with additional grading on Jose's parcel.
Peter Mallard, let me just read that one section in the record. It's a portion of 1795-165 N7. And the last sentence says, no additional grading or earth moving for the purpose of establishing or expanding any commercial cannabis cultivation site shall be permitted after May 10th. And then as of May 10th, all grading and earth movement in the portion of the parcel to be used for cultivation shall have been completed, other than that grading necessary for a proportional adjustment to the cultivation area to comply with the setback requirements of this chapter. That's the same section.
Okay. Any other questions? Thank you.
And to clarify, as the appeal brief says, that there was a grading permit submitted on June 27th that encompassed grading and clearing that had been done before this applicant had ever purchased the property. And I'm assuming that if you say you're going to have a 22,000 square foot grow, but you have a 15,000 square foot grow, your application isn't rejected. You're limited to what the grow is. Sometimes the discussion sounds to me like, oh no, it wasn't for what he said, so I don't think that's correct. So just in reviewing this is I think there's no question under the law that he had lawful ownership of this property on May 10th. You cannot cite me one case that says he didn't. The water right, he didn't have to submit anything from the state board to you. Now, if that application for initial diversion use that I gave you is going to make you feel like that's new evidence that you have to send us back to the Planning Commission, I withdraw it, because there's no point in going back to the Planning Commission. And because that document doesn't have to be filed until July 1 of next year, and the email correspondence that you got indicates that. And in fact, the fellow from the Division of Water Rights said, why did you file this now? We don't. And eventually let them file it, but said, when we get to it, we'll get to it, and eventually it'll be in our recording system, but you don't have to even file it until next year. So I make that point again. They have a lawful, a legal water right, and they've provided evidence of that, and there is nothing further from the state that will validate that. That's not their process. So I would ask that you consider all those issues very carefully and reverse the Planning Commission denial. I think it was an error.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
So let's set aside the the lawful possession and legal water source for a second. And just on the third point here, under the conclusion, it says no evidence of cultivation or preparation for cultivation prior to May 10th. Can you reiterate why there is evidence of that?
Well, I think, again, as I understand it, the grading permit that was submitted on June 27th, and I'm going to have to bring Jose up again, but it encompassed areas that had been graded before he ever bought the property for this purpose.
Excuse me, Chris, I need further clarification. I'm unaware of a grading permit submitted to the Public Works Department at that time. The Public Works Department verified, and I've got in hand a grading permit that was actually issued to them or submitted by Jose or Cal State, September 6th.
Well, it may be that...
And prior to the Planning Commission, I called the Public Works Department to verify whether or not there had been a grading permit on the subject property, and they had verified that, no, they had not received an application for a grading permit.
When we turned in our registration packet, we did turn in an application for grading. I'm sure we have copies with our attorneys. I don't understand why you guys wouldn't have copies.
Well, there was a copy that was submitted with the packet,
yes,
the registration packet, but we are not the Public Works Department. Were you intending that submittal to go along to the Public Works Department through our agency?
No.
It was just an application, and when I called to verify whether or not they had received that specific application, the answer was no. But subsequent to that, they have applied for a grading permit, but it's dated, it was actually submitted and date stamped September 6th and not June 27th.
And no, I wasn't expecting you guys to take it over there. What I meant was we had turned it in, and you guys or your department notified us that you guys weren't accepting grading permits at the time. So that's why we didn't go no further, and then as time went by, we found out we could, so, you know, he was already ready with his plans. That's when they submitted them in September.
Why don't we just go ahead and let them finish their presentation, and then Chris can, the board can ask questions.
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up on that. So, in that grading permit, it shows either if it was submitted September or June, it doesn't really matter. If it shows that there's evidence that there was actually preparation for cultivation happening prior to May 10th, that's what you're saying? That's where the evidence is?
Yes, and now, though, it's been clarified that it was a grading permit application.
Okay. And in that application, do we have that on file, or?
Well, it should be. Jose said it was submitted with the registration packet.
So we have that.
There was a copy of a grading permit that was completed but not stamped by the Public Works Department that was submitted with the registration packet.
Can we take a look at that?
Let me just say that there's a number of activities that go into what's evidence of cultivation and preparation.
Right.
Taking down a bunch of trees, that's evidence of preparation and preparation for cultivation. And he did all of that before May 10th.
Is there any proof of that, though?
proof that he did it?
Yeah. I mean, all I'm seeing right now is a couple of pictures up there.
Dated May 31st.
Yeah.
Well, I think that
Yes, I had, prior to even registering all that, I had chopped down trees up on top to clear out for where we were going to put our cultivation site. And I actually got a thing from the forestry department issuing me, like, not really a fine, but something that says that I wasn't supposed to do that because I wasn't aware that I was supposed to go let them know. I guess I could do up to a half acre or something. I didn't know, so I didn't do it. I found out after the fact that what I was supposed to do when I got this thing, and I mean, the planning department is also aware of this also.
So that's already in the file?
Yeah, there was a citation from CAL FIRE for the removal of trees without a, commercial timber without a permit.
And what's the date on that?
I got the letter August 31st, but we had done the work April 1st, April 2nd, April 3rd, April 4th, April 5th.
Do they refer to it when you did the work?
No, they just refer them when they came to the property on August 19th. Or actually, no, it says right here, clearing work of May 8th, 2016, actually.
Oh, it says that right there in the file?
It says it on the paper, yeah.
Okay, well, that would be good evidence that would show you were preparing the site before May 10th.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good.
Pretty clear.
Yeah, clearing work on May 8th, it says right there on the second page at the very top.
Yeah, and it's in the file already that the planning commission received this?
Yes.
No, I believe that came in subsequent to the planning commission.
So the planning commission did not see this?
No.
So it's new evidence then?
I suppose you could say it's new evidence.
Yeah, because if we're trying to say they weren't preparing the cultivation, or they didn't have proof that they did, this proves it, right?
When is it stamped into the planning department?
October 3rd.
October 3rd?
Yeah.
I mean, it's...
Here's this if you guys want to look at it. Yeah. Is it on the second page?
Yes, sir.
He did the work.
And they didn't issue a fine or nothing because they said there was no fine that they could issue, and there was no fine, no permit I can go get after the fact either. It was just kind of referred to the DA, I guess, and they would do whatever they wanted to do with it or something.
Yeah, I'm not really sure how he could prove that he did this.
Well, that, yeah.
I mean, he said he cleared all that area out of trees before he filed.
And even those terraces right there were covered in small little 1-foot trees. I mean, if you had a picture, let's say, the first of the month, May, before I started chopping down those trees, those terraces were all covered in brush and trees, and the whole mountain looked just not like it does right there.
Are you done, Chris?
Not quite, unless you want to interject on that same issue.
No, not on that issue.
Okay. Going back to this, what am I looking at here? This engineering service contract? What is this exactly?
Oh, that was submitted with the packet included with the grading permit application.
So, and it shows that this came in, date of application.
Well, that was received with the registration packet, but had not been received, was not submitted to the Public Works Department. So it was just an application showing the intent to apply for a grading permit, but there was no actual submittal of the grading permit and plans until September 6th.
And is there anything in this paperwork, as far as you guys are concerned, that proves that you were doing something before?
It just proves that we were intending to do it, and then they let us know that they weren't issuing grading permits. So, why am I going to pay an engineer thousands of dollars to do something they're not going to accept? And then when I found out they would, we did it.
I understand that, but is there anything that within this documentation that supports your claim that you did the work before, or you were, grading or doing something before May 10th? In this?
I haven't seen the paper in months, so I don't even know what it says on there.
Okay. Is there,
No, I think it's more of a evidence of the applicant's intent to comply with the code requirements.
Okay. Well, I'm definitely pretty convinced on the CAL FIRE permit and the date of the work that he was doing, that provides evidence that he was doing work on the property. I mean, isn't that good evidence, Wayne?
I just want to remind the board that maybe the appellant can clarify the grading that was done and that the CAL FIRE
Notice of violation.
Notice of violation was actually for work done on the adjacent property, not on the property that the registrant applied for. Is that correct?
It's actually for both properties, because we did a bunch of tree chopping down on both properties, but it doesn't have here an APN number to say. It just says 2701, which is actually the 10-acre partial that we registered is 2701 Independence Road.
And it does look like there's a lot of clearing that hasn't been leased at some point.
Oh, yeah. And the trees are still there because we had to stop all the work. So you can see the trees all on the ground still, really. Maybe not in that picture, but if you go outside, you could. And yeah, it doesn't say APN number, it just says the address that we registered, which is 2701 Independence Road.
So is that good? Is that good evidence?
Certainly, the board can consider that evidence if that is something that you want to consider. However, if it's new evidence and it's compelling, you have to refer it back to the planning commission. I would want to clarify to the board, because I feel that this is starting to get a little muddy here. Under N3, as far as what has been proof of prior cultivation, under N3, it requires that the applicant prove either A or B, and that is date-stamped photographic evidence that the grading and or moving commensurate with the area proposed to be cultivated was complete. So that would show that the grading for the 22,000 was completed by that time, or that there's date-stamped photographic evidence of the cultivation commensurate with the area proposed to be cultivated. So again, it would be photographic evidence that 22,000 square feet of cultivation was on that site. Any registrant has to prove one of those two things, that the grading was done for the amount that they were requesting to be registered for, or that there was actual cultivation of the amount that they were looking to be registered for. So I just want to make sure that the board is clear on the language of the urgency ordinance, and I'm happy to clarify.
What you're saying is that's not, even though that does kind of prove that they were doing something out there towards this, it's not enough evidence based upon our requirements of the urgency ordinance.
Well, certainly removing trees could prove the other requirements under C through K, but any registrant has to prove A or B, and then one of other requirements of C through K.
And, sorry, but we did submit pictures as part of our registration packet to show this. And I mean, as you can see, also the big pile of soil right there, you know, you don't put the pot plants in the ground on May 10th. You just don't do that. They don't normally go into the ground until closer to June 1st. But as you can see, you know, we're definitely preparing for it, you know.
So we would have to the C through K would have to be met as well as A and B.
The urgency ordinance, the language of the urgency ordinance requires that a registrant prove A or B. So it's one, they have to prove A or B. And then in addition to that, they have to prove one of the elements in C through K. C through K could be, C through K, for instance, C is a date stamp for seed or equipment and supplies commensurate with the commercial cannabis cultivation area proposed to be cultivated. So any receipts for soil, for instance.
Yeah, we spent $25,000 to have a receipt for just soil and bags.
So they've already met that requirement then?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So it's the A and B, A or B, that's
Right.
what we're with? Okay.
I think the question in our mind is, is there preparation? What do you consider? I don't think there's any argument that they hadn't prepared for cultivation. Our question is, where's the preparation for cultivation on the parcel that was registered versus the parcel that they were actually cultivating on?
And that's referring to A or B, not C through K. The C through K,
correct,
that would be, is proven basically by this or by other things.
So it's obvious that they were preparing to cultivate. I don't think anyone can argue that. But the preparation for cultivation and the cultivation was, the majority of it was actually occurring on the adjacent parcel, adjacent to the parcel that was registered. As again, the recent survey done by Cal State Engineering does illustrate that there is a spillover of the actual cultivation onto the registered parcel, but the majority of the cultivation was actually located on the adjacent parcel and not the parcel that was registered. I think there's a simple solution for that. We did offer up, the solution of a lot line adjustment to merge the two parcels. That's still an option, but we still have the other issues that you'll have to find that you're willing to.
On the photos then, that
we really need to stick to their presentation.
Yeah, no,
we can go back to that.
I want to just ask this one last question. On the photos, does that prove A or B for that other parcel? And not?
Well, we don't know what parcel the grading in the photos was, where was it taken? I would assume because the cultivation is actually located on the adjacent parcel, that those are photos from the adjacent parcel for the purpose of cultivation and not on the parcel that was actually registered with the intent to relocate.
So, but if they had met, they would meet those requirements.
If they had registered the adjacent parcel, then we wouldn't be having this discussion.
That's what I was wondering. Yes, thank you.
And actually, to answer your question, the photos were taken of the 10-acre parcel. If you actually have the photos here, you can see that everything is like a kind of an uphill picture. They're not flat terraces pictures, or you would have the piles of the soil on there. You could see the pictures, and the pictures weren't of grading. The pictures were of all the trees that we had chopped down because that was how we were preparing to set the garden. When I first bought the two parcels, I was going to put a garden on one lot and a garden on the other lot. And then we found out all this stuff, so we decided to go with the process of one up here on top. That was what they were asking us to do.
I've been told that I'm done.
Really? Can you listen?
Well, I'll try to be.
Mr. Chairman, if I may just clarify one other thing. This is a good photo that shows the tree clearing in preparation for cultivation. The property line. Gina, do you have a pointer, a laser pointer?
No, it's in the projector bag, and then we left the projector back in the.
Okay.
Sorry.
Then I'll just describe it to the degree I can. You can clearly see the lower two terraces. The property line is essentially on the easterly edge, the right-hand edge of that the easterly of the two terraces. So almost all of that tree clearing forms a triangle, and almost all of that triangle is on the other property, the 10-acre property that is registered. Crummy description, I apologize for that, but almost all that tree clearing is on the registered parcel.
I have some water rights questions, if we can go to that. What is the applicant's description of the legal water source that will be used for irrigation on the permit application? It's an unnamed creek.
Yeah.
It's the unnamed creek.
Oops.
Where's it come from?
Yeah, it just says surface water from unnamed creek.
Okay, so, and this has been in a year that's obviously not tremendous water resources flowing out of the sky. But we didn't have a terrible water year either. It was a little more moderate. So we have, the creek is dry, was dried up before the need to irrigate was over, correct?
I think that's correct.
Okay, and
No, not correct. The creek never dried up. The creek is flowing now, and it never stopped flowing at all. What happened was it slowed down to where we couldn't pull the water out of it, that we needed, but the creek's never dried up. It's running now, and it's ran all year.
Okay, and you're relating that you have 5,000 gallons of storage capacity.
4,000 gallons is what we actually got, yeah.
Okay, and you empty that out every day?
Yes, sir.
So you need 4,000 gallons a day?
We did in the summertime, yes.
Unfortunately, we've had some early rain, so that probably helped a little bit.
Totally, yeah.
Thank goodness. Okay, now my concern is, and fortunately we have a water rights expert with us, so maybe he can address that concern, is if the legal resource, if the legal source of water is the creek, it's not sufficient to water this crop. So you are bringing water in, and the filling stations were mentioned. I was not under the understanding that you could bring a several thousand gallon truck up and fill those at those. I thought that was, and I would love a comment from someone who understands that completely, but I thought that was limited to needs for people with well problems. I didn't think you could just pull a large water truck up every day and fill them up at those filling stations. So that would have to be part of your description for water. I mean, this is a fair water year, and we had early rains before it was all pulled up, I assume. So in most years, that creek, which you have established that it has, you have riparian rights, and I appreciate that, but the creek is not sufficient to water your crop. So your legal description couldn't be the creek alone.
Hi. My name's Laura Hall, and I worked with Jose to do his initial statement of diversion and use. And we were prepared to, before all of the halt on the project came about, to file an application to appropriate water, which gives Jose the opportunity to store water in storage tanks, which we submitted to the county. He had 10 storage tanks proposed with the project, which were on the maps to the county. So that's all been put on hold pending whether he gets approved here. He started buying water after he got denied. So there's no longer water being pulled out of the creek. But should he get approved, the water would be pulled out in the winter and stored for the summer use. And that's what the Water Board is pretty much going to be expecting everyone to do in the future.
So the vision is multiple or larger storage tanks than what he has now?
Correct.
That store water going forward to address this?
Yes, to use in the summer months.
Okay.
Ms. Hall, I have a question.
Yes.
You submitted your statement of water diversion. This was authored by you?
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
And on the page back here where it indicates capacity of storage tank or reservoir, specify unit and amount. I see 54, and I believe it's either a dot or a comma, 000. Is that 54,000 gallons?
Well, it should be 54. I have to look at that to see what you're talking about.
And did you go to Enterprise High School, Ms. Hall? Did you go to Enterprise High School?
No.
Okay.
I'm from Shasta County, actually. Okay. This is in acre feet here, so you're looking at And I do many of these, so you'll have to excuse me.
Okay.
This has been a while. Let me see, 54,000 gallons, yes, 54,000. So I think we proposed 10 5,000-gallon storage tanks to start with. And then when we do the application to appropriate, we could eventually add more tanks. Over 5 years, he would have to install those tanks on the property. In the meantime, he would have to buy water until he got all the tanks set up on the property.
And the date on that is the 6th of September, 2016?
I believe so. And I do have a message, but I don't want to submit new information from the Water Board saying that they cannot put this in the system because it's too early. So,
thank you.
Thank you.
And I got a quick question. Is there a problem with drilling a well on the property?
No, there's no problem. I mean, that's definitely something. It's just whenever we had the property, we had riparian rights. We had to turn in the paperwork what we were doing. If there wasn't enough time for us, yeah, we could have drilled a bunch of wells, but we didn't have the time to do so because we were there now.
And I'm thinking about the expense of all those.
Yeah, no, I mean, if we move forward with this, we could 200% drill a well. You know, we could drill a couple of them in different places if we wanted to. But it's just about getting past, this point, definitely. So in the future, yeah, we wouldn't have to suck so much water out because we could 100% put in a well,
So you know where that creek comes from?
I can't remember if it was that it flows into the Pin Creek. It's been a while since I did this permit, so.
And that goes to, comes from?
Yeah, it comes from.
Comes from the Pin Creek?
I think it does, but it's been a while. Like I said, I can't remember. Sorry. I work on the North Coast, so I do a lot of water permitting, and it's not a big deal there. It's well understood, but here in the Central Valley, mostly groundwater wells supply the irrigation, so surface water is not well understood here.
So can I ask for a point of clarification? Because on this map, the legal water source, I'm seeing the Pin Creek and the Spring Creek. And then on the application, it's an unnamed creek.
On his property, it is an unnamed creek. The blue line doesn't have a name.
Okay.
When you have a blue line on a map and it's not named, you call it an unnamed creek, unnamed spring.
Okay. And on riparian rights, can you use it for agricultural use or?
Yes.
Irrigation you can. So it's just not solely for domestic use.
No, and that's where they have different registrations, different permits. If you're using it for a domestic use, like gardens in a yard or, those sort of things, you would file a registration. In Jose's case, since it's a cultivation for cannabis, we're going to file an application to appropriate, but in the meanwhile, the state is in the process of developing an application specifically for cannabis, but they're working on that right now.
Oh, thank you for that clarification.
Any more questions?
Any questions?
No, I don't.
I just have one more water rights question. Okay, if we are trucking in water, and this may not even be the applicant that answers this, if we're trucking in water, one of the problems that I have in my district, and I'm hearing complaints about it regularly, are water trucks coming in towards the end of the season and they are destroying the roads because these small roads were never scheduled for constant heavy traffic on them. Do you have a way to get it there that does not violate that?
Yes, sir. We have our own private road that comes off the county road. So obviously your county roads are engineered for semi-trucks to roll through them. And right off of that, we have our own road that goes just to our property and nobody else's property at all, that we maintain ourselves.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? All right. Are you guys finished with your presentation?
I think we are, unless you have any questions of me.
Not right now. All right. So presentation by a member of the public, you choose.
You know I had to talk.
Yeah, I nailed you on purpose. So
Yeah. The reference here that the young lady is talking to is SB 88, which will take effect in basically 2018 for most of it. And yes, the state is working on that. But I would refer to the general order R3-215, I'm sorry, R5-215-113. And as you recall, there was a long process discussion at CCWD, at which we kind of had our eyes opened, and that is to the interbasin transfers. So where you have water being taken from West Point and being moved into the Calaveras River watershed, that is a grave concern to the water districts. And yes, you're right, Steve. We intended to have those water sources primarily for people who are suffering from well problems. And we're in the process right now of working up 2 locations, fill stations, which are concrete enclosures. You can't even tap or hydrant. You have to have a card lock to get into them. So, trying to address this concern is cross-contamination of watersheds is what that's all about. And this is a prime example of where that potentially could occur. And I think it needs to be addressed seriously each time someone says, we're trucking in water. We need to know from where.
So can I ask a question, Mr. Chair? Yeah. Your concern is taking water from the Moke River shed and putting it in the Calaveras, or
that
vice
is
versa?
Absolutely correct, and you can check with General Manager Dave Edgerton at CCWD as to that situation. And that is, to us, it wasn't something we understood, but we do now.
Does anybody, I mean, I've seen people at these fill stations, Director, but I don't pay close attention when they're watching them. There's no actual anybody forcing them to comply to. I mean,
No.
They could go home, dump it, come back and get it the same day, and or go to another station, nobody'd know the difference. Right?
You're absolutely correct. And this is a new situation for the water district. I'm not speaking for the water district, by the way. This is just my own comments. Is that we're behind the curve, so to speak, on what the policies might be or what might need to be to properly understand where this water is going to or coming from and how much is being used. We do know our loss rates, specifically in the West Point area as well as the Sheep Ranch area, because we can take our gallons of water produced versus how much do we bill versus what is our year-over-year losses in the system, and we know generally from that what we're losing overall. So those are issues that the water districts are going to have to address going forward.
Thanks for the comment, sir.
Let me just say on that, I represent the Calaveras Public Utility District. I'm not speaking for them, but I know they and CCWD are currently working on policies about this. And there is somewhat of a permit process going on. There are non-tampering mechanisms on many of the meters. They're going to have the bulk stations that will be put in will probably be computerized. You'll have a card. You'll have a certain amount you can take out. But that monkey is not on the back of the cannabis registrant applicant. That is an issue for the water districts to work out and regulate as they think is proper.
I would agree with you, but if we're looking to meet the requirement of a legal source of water, even though we may not be setting that policy at the board level, it would still have to qualify for a legal source, correct?
Who's going to make the determination on what a legal source is?
Sounds like we are today.
I don't know how you do that.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Courtney Lang, and I'm with Harvest Law Group. Thank you for having us here today. I just wanted to speak on behalf of Jose. He is our client at Harvest Law Corporation, and he is in full compliance with the state laws as well, so he has retained us to do his mutual benefit corporation formation. He's filed his seller's permit with the Board of Equalization and reports his sales. He also has his collective paperwork done and has all of his recommendations. So he is in compliance with SB 420 as well as Prop 215. And we're helping him prepare for obviously eventual local licensing here and state licensing. So he's been a great client. He's been fully transparent. We helped him prepare this registration. And I just hope that you give him a fair chance today. Thank you.
Okay. Any other public comments?
Al Segala. I'm talking more from a real estate professional than from the Taxpayer Association. The Taxpayer Association has not taken a position on the cannabis issue because we have differing opinion among our board, and that's the best way to resolve that. It seems that Chris is correct as far as transfer of title. When the escrow closes and the money changes hands, the buyer of the property doesn't have to record a deed at all. He'll have a signed deed, but he doesn't have to record it. He could record it years later. So the fact of recording a deed does not indicate there wasn't a transaction. He didn't buy the property. So this goes in the favor of the applicant. The water source, I don't think you could adjudicate that the stream is a legal water source or not a legal water source. You can see that it's there, and the applicant is planning on using that. There is communication apparently from the State Department of Water Resources that he has a process to do with them before he can proceed with his tanks, but it should have nothing to do with his application because he's met the requirements of the application. It seems one of the reasons why I think a board would want to follow the recommendations of the Planning Commission is to avoid setting precedents that would increase more applicants seeking help or seeking approval that have been rejected. It could overload staff. But in my opinion, is this ordinance was a huge job that was done. And it's not perfect. Okay, you can't rewrite the ordinance, but you can certainly interpret it to the substance of its meaning rather than the letter of the law. In the case of transfer of title, it's pretty obvious. As this information is unfolding, it appears that the applicant should be granted or either granted his permit or returned to the Planning Commission. But in either case, you will be setting some precedent. Big deal. The precedent is transfer of title. Even though it says exactly recorded deed, the intent is the transfer of title, not when a deed is recorded. That was done for an administrative convenience. So this will have an effect not only on this grower, but other growers that are in similar situations. The important thing, I think, is the spirit of the law, not the letter of the law. The spirit of the law is what it's all about. You've taken $5,000 from this applicant, believing that this is a legitimate process. In normal applications for the county, the applicant works with the county to make sure that he's in conformance. And this should be more the attitude rather than just canceling them out because of technical flaws. So I would say that this is a no-brainer. You should rule in favor of the applicant. Thank you.
Any other public comments? Okay, summation and rebuttal by appellants. You guys have any more to offer? No. Okay. I have a question for you, Chris.
Yeah.
So if you go to the California Water Board's site, and if you take, it states this: if you take water from a lake, river, stream, or creek, or from underground supplies for beneficial use, the California Water Code Division 2 requires that you have a water right. Because California water right law is complicated, you may have a water right even if you don't have a water right permit issued by the state. There is one exception to the requirement that you have a water right. You do not need a water right if you take and use small amount of water only for domestic purposes. Only for domestic purposes. Or use a small amount of water for commercial livestock watering purposes. Right? So far, right? However, you are required to register your use with the Division of Water Rights, notify the California Department of Fish and Game, and agree to follow conditions that the Department of Fish and Game may set to protect fish and wildlife. And the maximum use allowed under such registration is 4,500 gallons per day for immediate use, or 10 acre-feet per storage per year for storage in a pond or reservoir. You cannot register to divert water from a stream if the water board has declared that the stream to be fully appropriated. If you use more water than is allowable under the registration, or if you use a portion of the water for a purpose other than domestic purposes or livestock watering, and you do not already have a water right, you must apply for and receive a permit from the State Water Board's Division of Water Rights before you can use the water. Is that correct?
So far, it's go ahead. I mean, what are you asking?
I'm stopping right there.
You don't have to have a permit for what this person is doing. All you have to do is file an initial statement of diversion and use, and every year after that, you have to file a statement of diversion and use, which is a registration of what you use. It's not a permit. It's not a license. Somebody can challenge it, but it's not like a water rights permit or a water rights license. It's just a registration.
It says, if you use a portion of the water for a purpose other than domestic purposes or livestock watering, and you do not already have a water right, you must apply for and receive a permit.
Yeah. If you look at the rest of that stuff submitted, it talks about riparian rights in particular, and they don't require a permit or a license.
That does flow to the Calaveras eventually?
I don't know what it's a tributary to.
Yeah, I was trying to, I know that it gets really tricky right in that area.
Yeah.
You know, it's both Moke and Calaveras.
Okay, so we have, anything else, Sarah, for you? Staff?
In response, Cliff, to what you were just reading from, there's a specific delineated set of beneficial uses that are laid out in the California Code of Regulations, and one of them is, like you said, domestic use, limited domestic use in watering cattle and irrigation of crops. But one of the things that the Planning Commission noted is that our urgency ordinance specifically excludes cannabis cultivation from being defined as agricultural purposes and regards it as a commercial use. And that was one of the things they considered. They said that you're using this water that's supposedly a riparian right for a commercial purpose. Additionally, I mentioned earlier that Gina had read an email into the record at the outset of the Planning Commission meeting. And I have copies of it here, and I should provide some to Mr. Williams and his client. But it reads, until the creek dried up, they were pumping water from a creek known as Pennsylvania Gulch. And so, and this email was dated September 20th. And so Mr. Orozco has indicated here that the creek is still flowing, and I don't know if Mr. Hollingshead, his neighbor, is confused about what creek it was, but according to this email, and I have additional copies if the board would like to read them again. This is not new and additional evidence because Gina read this into the record at the outset of the Planning Commission meeting. And we didn't include it in the staff packet because we forgot about it until we reviewed the video of the Planning Commission hearing.
Pennsylvania Gulch. Is there a Pennsylvania Gulch in this city?
Does it go all the way up there, Chris? Yeah. The headwaters tailed up to 5.
We've had about 2 hours of discussion now, and I'd like to try to sort of focus things back on sort of what's before you. There are 3 issues raised in this appeal. One is the Planning Commission's interpretation of what the code requires regarding ownership. I think the issue before you is whether or not the ordinance was intended that the property be owned and that the recording date was not necessarily a critical component, or you intend to take a strict interpretation as the Planning Commission did. The second issue is if you find that the applicant is satisfied that provision of the code, then the other next issue that I think you should focus on is the water issue. His application said he was using surface water. The only right that he had would be the riparian right, and that ended some partway during the season, the ability to use that. He stated that himself, that while there was a little bit of water in the creek, there was insufficient to pump to satisfy the needs of his crop. We have allowed for applicants to modify their application, and that is something that could be done by saying that the application is a combination of riparian right and trucked-in water. We did not address trucked-in water when we wrote the ordinance. and it's something we definitely will need to look at in the future if we move forward with regulating marijuana, because it is a big issue that needs to be addressed. I don't think we need to go into all the details of what constitutes a right and the transfer of water between basins right now, but the fact of the matter was that the application stated you were using surface water, and they cannot use strictly riparian rights for a year-round season cultivation activity. So if you find that the combination of trucked-in water and the riparian right during the season when the water is flowing is sufficient to serve this project, it gets down then to the area of cultivation. We at first relied on our GIS mapping to get an approximation of where the property was. We've since learned that through the survey that was done, that a portion of the cultivation was on the area. There are two ways to remedy that. One would be to move the entirety of the cultivation operation onto the larger 10-acre parcel, or to merge the two parcels together. And that is something we've also allowed other cultivators to do, to submit boundary line adjustments. And before final approval of any registration, that would need to be completed and recorded. The real question then is how much was being cultivated, and was the N3 provisions that say that you can cultivate and you can move the area of cultivation to meet the setback requirements. I believe it was the intent of the board when the urgency ordinance was adopted that you wanted to freeze cultivation activities, so what was in place at the time on May 10th. And you granted the ability for people who had prepared property but hadn't actually planted or grown previously to grow what they had prepared for. And so the question really then is, what was prepared for? We had about 9,000 square feet of planting area. There was some other area that had been cleared of trees. Not a lot of extensive grading was necessary for the site. So I think that's something that we would need to look at. If you can find that ownership issue is addressed and the water issue can be resolved, then the final question then is, how much land, how much area was prepared for cultivation, and whether or not it's 13,000 square feet or 22,000 square feet is applied for, we would need to resolve that question. So I hope that sort of helps narrow the discussion and the focus of the appeal hearing for you. If you have any questions, Ethan, Gina, or I could try to answer those.
Well, okay, if someone on their application stated they're going to cultivate 22,000 square feet, which was the max on a parcel, correct?
Right.
And they don't cultivate that much, which in this case was 14,000, a little less than. Okay. Now, is there something in our ordinance that holds their feet to the fire, so to speak, with the amount they claim to be cultivating and that they intend to cultivate and what actually happens?
If they can demonstrate it, again, because of the timing, the crop was typically not in the ground at the time the ordinance was passed. And in many cases, the aerial imaging that we have, which is the best source of information that we use for documenting the canopy area, doesn't show that they were cultivating 22,000 square feet. We will contact the applicant, the registered applicant, and say, well, I only see 10,000 square feet, for example. You can amend your application to reduce it down to what you're actually growing or had prepared for cultivation. And we will allow people to do that. If they, if they weren't growing and they hadn't prepared 22,000 square feet, That's not what the ordinance allows. It allows someone to continue to cultivate or to complete the activity to begin cultivation up to what they had done on May 10th. At least that's our interpretation of what the board intended when the ordinance was adopted. If it was the intent that anyone who was growing anything...
Do one more time, just to make sure I understood what you said. If they intended to cultivate so much, but they only did they intended to cultivate X, but they only did Y.
So if someone had prepared 10,000 square feet for cultivation, that's how much we would authorize under the registration. If they had cleared an acre, then the maximum they could cultivate would be 22,000 square feet. In some cases, in a couple of rare instances, we had people that clearly had prepared a site, but for whatever reason, only grew a small amount. And we would go with what if the registration application, the area that they've identified for their cultivation, corresponds with what we can see on the ground of what had been prepared by May 10th, then that's what they're registered for. And if season to season it varies a little bit as long as they don't exceed that amount. But if someone only had 10,000 square feet of cultivation area, we believe they did not have the right to expand that beyond that 10,000 square feet that they already had. And so that's why we suggested that the area of cultivation here, regardless of the property lines, was about 13,500 square feet.
Did you give the applicant a chance to amend the application based on that?
This one, the initial determination that we could not approve it was based on the recording date of the deed. And so, when we completed looking at some of the other issues here, that really that wasn't an option before us because we already found that the recording date did not allow this application to go forward. It was later determined through the hearing process at the Planning Commission that the property had transferred to the current owner. The deed just hadn't recorded until May 11th. And again, the Planning Commission determined that was, they were taking a very strict interpretation of the language of the ordinance, but saying that was required, that the deed had to record. So we did not discuss the area of the cultivation area, canopy area, with the applicant on this case.
So, just following up on that. So, if we went back today and said that we're going to accept the first reason we said the title wasn't transferred before then, so we say that's fine. Could we then send the application back, directing them to fix the other issues, like such as a boundary line adjustment? And with the boundary line adjustment, I think that might even prove the evidence. From what I was hearing, that would prove the evidence of cultivation issue, and then the source of irrigation. They could put a well in, or do both surface water and appropriate, right? And then come back, after that, and then show it to the planning department. And if they did that, then they would be approved.
If the board approves the appeal and overturns the Planning Commission's action, it would go back to staff to complete our review process. There are a number of other things. We need to complete the background check and the site inspection and all the other criteria we would need to review to make sure that it meets all the criteria. So you're basically ruling on,
So we'd have to approve the appeal.
Have to approve the appeal, and then it'd be referred back to staff, and we would complete our analysis and
that's how
registration process.
Thank you.
I have a question, Peter.
Yes.
Does the urgency ordinance say anything about having, because this is not a burn area, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's not a burn area?
It's not within the burn area.
Okay. So the state.
It may be within a quarter mile, I don't know.
So the state of emergency doesn't apply to it, correct?
Correct.
All right, so does the urgency ordinance have anything in it in regards to wastewater, sewage?
There are general statements about health and safety requirements, adequate treatment of sewage, potable water for people working on the site. If there are employees, they need to have adequate restroom facilities and potable water. So yes, your insurance does address that. In this case, there's no residents on the property, so they don't have a septic system or sewage, no connection to sewage disposal. But if they do have workers, they would need to have probably a porta potty or something like that to accommodate the agricultural workers.
I mean, doesn't it say in the ordinance that it must have an approved sewage source?
Not directly, no.
About electricity, not in burn area.
I don't believe so, no, it does not. We do not require, under the urgency ordinance, there's no residence requirement. The draft ordinance that we prepared that this was modeled from requires a permanent residence to be on the side of a commercial cultivation site, in which case you would then have power, water, sewage disposal. But the urgency ordinance allowed people to cultivate during the time frame of the urgency ordinance without residing on the property. And so without that residence requirement, there's no real requirement for power or domestic potable water or sewage disposal, other than what would be necessary to accommodate agricultural employees.
I just wanted to clarify and corroborate with what Mr. Maurer indicated. I think what you're referring to, Chair Edson, is in section N14 is where it references, and I'll just read it into the record. N14 identifies that one recreational vehicle as defined in section 1706-1630 may be used as a temporary residence on the parcel to be registered as provided for in the county code. Registrants of parcels within 1/4 mile of the perimeter of the burn area, as depicted on the map provided by the county, may apply for a temporary use permit pursuant to county code for use of a recreational vehicle as temporary housing for employees of a commercial cultivation site, provided that the recreational vehicle is connected to all of the following: an approved potable water source, an approved septic system, or public sewer connection, and permitted power source. So I think that's what you were referring to.
Yeah, would you read that again? Sorry.
One recreational vehicle, as defined in the county code, may be used as a temporary residence on the parcel to be registered as provided for in the county code. And then registrants of parcels within 1/4 mile of the perimeter of the burn area as depicted on a map provided by the county may apply for a temporary use permit pursuant to the county code. I'm not identifying the sections, just for ease. For use of a recreational vehicle as temporary housing for employees of a commercial cultivation site, provided that the recreational vehicle is connected to all of the following: potable water, approved septic, and permitted power source.
So I guess for my own thought, or is any of that happening here?
Well, no, those are optional items that if someone wanted to put a temporary mobile home on the property, they could do that if they meet these requirements. Or if they were within a quarter mile of the fire area, they could house employees using a temporary use permit.
But the application is completed indicating that there's no overnight staying of either agricultural workers or anyone else for that matter. It's indicated no. So no need for a temporary trailer permit, no overnight staying. He's completed that in his application. So there would be no need for those types of improvements.
And this email that we just got handed by Ethan, somebody stating that there's an employee that lives in the trailer on the property? Has that been?
It hasn't been verified.
So the county code allows for someone to camp on property in a camping trailer for a period of 14 consecutive days, not to exceed 30 days total for the calendar year. So if someone was there during a portion of the season, they could park a camping trailer. That's different than a mobile home that needs to be connected to water and sewer provision. Be self-contained unit, not to exceed 14 days. Any further questions of staff at this point?
All right, any questions, any further questions of staff? All right, so we will have a sort of rebuttal by public. Member of the public wish to speak on this? No? Okay. Then we will close the appeal hearing as of now. And board discussion, questions, and action.
Chair, can we take a 10-minute break?
Why don't we take a 10-minute break?
Thank you.
Since Susan has to change the disc anyhow. Okay, let's bring meeting back to order, please. And so we're at board discussion. Any questions? So, does the board have any questions? Or want to offer up some discussion?
Well, I guess I'll start off. I was part of a process for this whole urgency ordinance, and, we did a lot of discussion and pros and cons, and, I get back to number one, the lawful possession. There were a number of ways that it was discussed on how somebody could show that they owned property by a certain date. And when it was all said and done, we went with the recorded deed. I know that's a tough one because, after you sign papers and get your money, there's a little time frame in there that, before it's actually recorded. Sometimes it can be recorded the day of, and sometimes it takes a few days afterwards. So I get to that point because under the urgency ordinance, the whole idea behind it was, we were hearing of the land rush and so many folks coming in and trying to, come into the area and plant their crop and grow and so on and so forth. And our intent was to stop this rush so that we could spend some time developing an ordinance, because at that point we were agreeable to, we weren't going to ban cannabis, and we wanted to be able to establish some guidelines for the future. And so this urgency ordinance kind of put a stop to that and allowed us some breathing space, you might say, to look at the environmental review process, to look at the whole permanent ordinance, more public input, so on and so forth, as well as the state guidelines being worked through. So by the time 2018 rolled around. we had some definite systems in place at the state level. So I can't get past that point because we looked at a number of things, and that this was one of the things, was the recorded deed. And to me, if the applicant is applying and you're looking at all the things that you have to do, that's an important piece of information to the application. The other things, you know, I don't go past that too much. I mean, I can see pros and cons on both sides. I understand how these boundary lines might be a little off. I can understand the water issue is again, you know, something that needs to be worked through. But for me, I'm not getting past the number one, and that was the lawful possession, and having a recorded deed by May 10th.
Okay. Anybody else?
And Mr. Chair, I also agree with and concur with Supervisor Ponte regarding the urgency ordinance wording and elements of that particular ordinance in regards to the recorded deed. Another area of my concern is the water issue. With the statements made by the appellant that he was planning on putting in larger tanks for storage, the volume of water is reported on the application of 54,000 gallons. It just seems like there's something grossly wrong with that issue. At this time, I would consider those basis for my vote.
I won't argue with what any of the two supervisors said. I just want to chime in. The water use in the creek or the stream, if you're diverting it, it should be for reasonable domestic use. If you are using 4,000 gallons a day out of that creek, in dry years, you're certainly going to dry it up. We just had a slightly above average year, followed by many dry years. And it was already mentioned that this dried up with a pretty good rain in October. So I don't feel that the water that is here satisfied the applicant's ability to water the crop. And I don't believe that we should be drying up all of our seasonal creeks to do this. If we're going to do this, and if all the applicants out there are going to be successful at it, the water supply has got to be thought out better than this has been. That is one of the major complaints I have in my district, that trucking in water is killing the roads. And right here, that it's not even listed as being a way that it's going to supplement the creek water. And this creek, I haven't seen it personally, but I've lived up there. It will not sustain a dry year. And who else gets shorted when we put another straw into these small seasonal tributaries? We have to provide for water better than this does.
Chris? You go first. All right. I happen to agree with Debbie, and there's just seemed like this was really rushed, and there's a couple of things. One, it's not on the right parcel. One of the things that the reasons why we put in the urgency ordinance was to stop the land rush. The other reason we put in the urgency ordinance was because of the diversions that were going on in the creeks. There's pollution. There's just a number of reasons. But we had an inordinate amount of folks that were fleeing here to grow. And for our county, it was very very stressful. The lawful possession of property prior to May 10th wasn't submitted properly. And as I look at these pictures, I noticed that on May 31st, it starts off. It looks like it might have maybe 6 spots or so on the side, and of the lower area there, and then by May 10th, there was a bunch of them imported, and then as it went on, a whole bunch more, which brought it across, or at least by the looks of it, across the property line. Now, there's supposed to be a 75-foot setback from property. If you don't have one, then you need to adjust for that. And you either move your plan away from it, or you do a property line adjustment. Most of the folks, I believe, have moved away from the property line because of the ordinance. And so the things that bother me are the water source, and also the not having lawful possession of the property prior to May 10th. All right, so can I have a motion?
Mr. Chair, I move to uphold the decision of the Planning Commission and reject the appeal by the applicant. Is that the correct wording, Council?
Yes, that would be sufficient. It's adopting a resolution in front of the board. You can pull up the agenda. The recommendation is to adopt a resolution upholding the Planning Commission denial of the appeal of the Planning Director decision to deny 2016-482 commercial business registration for Jose Orozco on 2701 Independence Road in Roland, Flat, file 2016-108.
That would be the wording I would propose.
Okay. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
I have a motion by Supervisor Calaveras and a second by Supervisor Ponte. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
That's 4-1. We're gonna break for lunch for 1 hour.
So we're returning at 2:35.
Yeah, 2:35. Okay, let's continue our meeting. And what we're going to do is, again, we're going to go to another appeal hearing. And this appeal hearing...
You want me to read it?
Yeah, go ahead.
Number 14 is from the Planning Department to adopt a resolution upholding the Planning Commission's denial of the appeal of the Planning Director's denial of commercial cannabis registration 2016-377 for Mong Vang on West Murray Creek Road, APN 040-024-010, file 2016-1093.
Okay.
Good afternoon. This is Miguel with the Planning Department, and I'm here to present the mentioned appeal for Mong Vang for commercial cannabis registration, which was denied by the Planning Commission. The 6.96 acre parcel is located on West Murray Creek Road, Mount Ranch. The reason for rejection by planning initially was because the registrant did not provide adequate evidence of cultivation prior to the May 10th deadline, and also for providing false or misleading information. As you can see here, the appellant provided these date stamp photographs, date stamp April 30th. The photos depict at least 6 rows of pots with soil in them, and in these rows there's at least 53 pots. However, on aerial imagery from June 3rd, the aerial does not show any pots, or it does not show any rows. The Planning Commission found that pots and rows would show up on the aerial, and that this aerial image is not relative to the photos submitted. And that's, therefore, they determined that the photos are either false or misleading, could be another parcel or just doctored photos. Mr. Vane provided supplemental evidence in the form of receipts, date stamped prior to May 10th, to kind of prove that he was cultivating prior to the deadline. However, the Planning Commission found that since materials are transportable and not fixed to the ground, that receipts do not suffice to serve as evidence in lieu of the date stamp photographs. Mr. Vane claimed during the Planning Commission hearing that the pots were in fact in this aerial on June 3rd, and he doesn't understand why they're not showing up. On the bottom left, that's the June 3rd aerial. The top right, that's a current August-September aerial, and this is kind of just to show what pots on the ground would look like on that specific parcel. The Planning Commission found that photos submitted are not relative to June 3rd, or the June 3rd aerial, and that no sufficient evidence of cultivation was established prior to May 10th, and therefore they denied his appeal. Any questions?
So was this application then denied? Did the applicant pay a fee, or was it denied later in the process?
It was denied later in the process. He did pay his $5,000 fee. At the time of that he submitted his photos, we didn't have access to the June 3rd aerials, so we had to take his word for it, the photos submitted for it.
Okay. So it was as you were processing this application that you saw the inadequacies?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Just to confirm, the photographs provided here, presentation, have they been verified as to dates they were obtained as listed as June 3rd?
Yes, they have been verified with our GIS.
Can you show the photo again with both of them?
Oh.
Both aerials?
Mr. Chair, do we have anybody experienced in the cultivation of marijuana to tell us how long it would take to conduct a grow like pictured on the right photograph there? I mean, how old is that grow? 2 months, 4 months, beginning of the season, middle of the season? I don't have that expertise.
Well, I'm not the cultivator, but I've seen enough cultivation sites to sort of know what that represents. And this is a maturing crop. It's, and the typical procedure is that the plants are started indoors, and once there's sufficient daylight and warm enough weather, they go outside typically around June 1st. Not exactly, but the last week of May, first week of June is typically when they were put outside. At that point in time, they may be 2, maybe 3 feet tall, depending on when they were started. And then they'll continue to grow. You can see those are fairly good-sized plants in the upper right. They can get anywhere from 10 to 15 feet around at maturity prior to harvesting. And so those are
end of August, early September, when that aerial image was taken. So they're probably in the range of probably 8 to 10 feet.
Was this applicant applied for a 22,000 square foot permit or application?
Yes.
Is that approximately 22,000 square feet, do you know?
It's around that, it's a little bit more than 20,000, but probably less than 22.
Thank you.
How big is the parcel there that's outlined?
The parcel is 6.96 acres.
Yeah, that road definitely looks bigger.
Yeah.
If that's 6.9 acres. Because that's less than a half acre. It's 22,000.
We use a measuring tool that's on the GIS system that will allow us to give an approximate measurement. It's obviously not measured when we do the site inspections, they'll measure it in the field, the code enforcement officers measure it, but to give a rough approximation of the area of canopy, we'll use a measuring tool that's on our GIS.
It's mentioned here that receipts are insufficient evidence. Can you explain why?
There is insufficient evidence in terms of this appeal. The registrant had already submitted the requirements C through K at initial registration, so all he's really doing is just adding to that in lieu of photographic evidence that shows the actual cultivation site prior to May 10th.
So as we stated in the last appeal, the sort of two-part test to demonstrate cultivation as of May 10th, and one is make sure I find the exact language. Date stamp photographic evidence of grading or earth moving commensurate with the area proposed to be cultivated, or date stamp photographic evidence of cultivation commensurate with the area proposed to be cultivated. So one of those two, and then the rest, the C through K, are additional information to sort of help back up that information, because sort of whatever information they had to demonstrate that they made an investment into the cultivation site.
To the sites.
This area was burned, right?
Yes.
Okay. Any other questions for staff? Are any of the appellants here? I wasn't looking at you Boy Scouts over there, I got to tell you. All right. So, anybody from the public like to comment on this? So the appellant's not here for rebuttal. You guys have any more questions for staff? And I'm going to close the appeal hearing that. Board discussion? I only have one question, because I see the discrepancy between the dates and what's here, right? So on the parcel, on the aerial imagery for the parcel that it shows it for June 3rd, okay? We're sure that's accurate.
Yes.
Yes, we also have a May 31st Google Earth image that was provided with a staff report, and I think it's in attachment 2 or 1, I believe.
Yeah, unfortunately, my little computer, only half of it's working. The other half is not working. Kind of looks like June 3rd. Looks like that time of the year, too. All right.
Well, based on the evidence before us and the lack of the Applicant being here, I'm going to make a motion to adopt the resolution upholding the Planning Commission's denial of the appeal of Planning Director's denial of commercial cannabis registration 2016-377 for Mong Bang of West Murray Creek Road, APN 040-024-01.
I have another question. Sorry, you're finished with that? Does Mong Bang, is he the property owner?
No, he's not the property owner.
So is there a lease?
Yes, there's a lease.
Is it stamped? Notarized?
It's not notarized, I don't think it is.
We did not require a notary for the leases, but it appeared to be a valid lease.
I think it says in here who he leased it from.
Right, yeah, well, the computer is up working.
Oh, yours is giving me a challenge.
Says the applicant is Mong Lu Dang and the landowner is Michael Fouch.
Right.
Okay.
I understand we have a motion on the floor, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, we have a motion by Supervisor Ponte.
I'll second.
Second by Supervisor Calaveras. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None. All right, so we'll move on to the consent agenda. Consent agenda items are expected to be routine and non-controversial. They will be acted upon by the board at one time without discussion. Any board member, staff member, or interested party may request removal of an item from the consent agenda for later discussion. Are there any members of the public that wish to remove the consent agenda item?
Good afternoon. Item number 25, please.
Okay. Anybody else? Okay. Any members of the board wish to remove the consent agenda item? No?
Make a motion to approve the consent agenda minus item 25.
We have a motion by Supervisor Ponte to approve the remainder of the consent agenda item minus agenda item number 25. Second. Second by Supervisor Wright. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? All right. Mr. Packinger, you're up.
So number 25 is from Public Works. It's to authorize the Director of Public Works to sign the stream bed alteration agreement for the project and any other permits and associated documents that may be necessary, and to waive all plan check fees and associated permit fees for this project, and authorize the placement of the project on county property.
Good afternoon. This project is being managed by Ryan Hereford. He is here today, and this is an opportunity for him to discuss with you what the project entails.
First, I want to say thank you for your time and your work to allow me on your agenda. This project has been a desire of mine and several community members and groups for a very long time, and several community groups have tried to push forward this project in past years, but most have failed.
Can I get your name, please?
Ryan Hereford.
Okay,
I'm a resident in Murphy's.
great.
There is a clear and obvious safety issue at hand with the Algiers Street road bridge, and the project in your folders says that the project is to install a walking bridge alongside the one-lane Algiers road bridge. And being a resident in Murphy's, I really want to see this project through before I go on to graduate and maybe come back. I don't know.
I'm glad you added that word.
The estimated cost for the project is $35,000 to $40,000. It is a large project for a community to fund through donations specifically, but there is such a strong support from the community that I believe that it won't be a large problem of the project. The stream bed alteration was pushed through Fish and Wildlife with the help from a local wetlands biologist, Mike Skinfield, and I would like to say that I would not be where I am today if it was not for the support and effort and guidance that Mr. Packinger has provided for me, and I'm here to answer any questions that you have.
I'm just happy you're doing it, number one. Number two, what a project.
Yeah.
You're learning all about the different processes that the county has to go through or anybody else has to go through to do something like this. So, I got to hand it to you, man. I'm impressed.
It's been an adventure.
Yeah, very good.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make some comments.
Yeah.
This project has been on the drawing board for the township, if you will, of Murphy's for a long, long time. When I took office 2 years ago, it was brought to my attention by the Murphy's Business Association, the Murphy's Community Club, to at least get the ball rolling on this. As you well know, rolling the ball downhill is easy. Rolling the ball uphill is a lot more difficult. I want to personally commend you, Ryan.
Thank you.
And your dad. You guys did a great job. And I want you to know I will support you any way I can. Okay?
Thank you.
Does that include writing out a check?
I think he set himself up
Could
for
be.
that.
Could be.
All sorts of visions when you said that.
Could be.
Trouble, waiters.
Get him, Ryan, before he leaves. So, Ryan, what's the cost? I understand the permit fees and that sort of thing. So do you have any idea what the costs are associated to that?
Do the permit process?
Yes.
We for Fish and Wildlife specifically, we've already paid a private fund of, I believe, $500 or around $250 odd just for the permit process for Fish and Wildlife, and they, in return, gave us the stream bed alteration, which is then up to Mr. Packinger to sign, and that's why we're here today, is for him to get the authorization from you to sign that. He also, it's also to ask that all county permit and fees are waived for the project, so we can reduce the total cost of the project as much as possible.
Yeah, you got an idea on that, Robert?
I don't know exactly what the permit fees would be, what the amount would be, but there's going to be some plan check fees for the structure. He has enlisted Grant Reynolds from Weatherby, Reynolds and Fritzen to provide design work and other engineering support. So when that's ready, that should be submitted for review. There's going to be a little bit of site, little plans, encroachment permit type of information that we'll look at. And eventually he's going to need some sort of pathway to connect to the bridge. So there may be at the moment a temporary type of rock perhaps for the, with the hope that in the future we could get some grant funding and put in some sidewalk. The location of the bridge is on county property, and so that's another reason we're here to get that permission from you, or the official permission from you, to allow this project to occur on the county property.
Does Ryan know an engineer that is mentoring or helping him?
That is Grant Reynolds from Weatherby, Reynolds and Fritzen.
That's teasing you, actually, Robert.
Pardon?
I was asking Josh and you on it.
Yeah. Aren't you an engineer?
Yes, as Robert said, that I have had Grant Reynolds from Weatherby, Reynolds and Fritzen. He has been a huge help throughout this entire process in getting where I've gone, and we already have a set of designs, and it was through his designs where we just got our rough estimate for bidding for just the bridge itself. He also designed the abutments on both sides, and he probably will help design the sidewalk, the temporary sidewalk. We also had, as I said, wetland biologist Mike Skinfield. He did the surveying of the area for plant life, and he helped with the fish and wildlife permit. And we also had Gary Deaver was our official surveyor. He was also a large help, and he helped getting us that survey of the area very fast.
Good for you.
Excellent.
Wow.
Thank you.
Better than we are. Yeah. Good for you, young man.
I'm going to be calling you to be an expert on this stuff here by the time it's all over, right?
Yeah.
All right.
Public comment?
Public comment on this? You want to try to follow up with that, Dad? Because I think he's got you right there.
We were just talking on the way during the break. We thought just to highlight that the county does own the property. They have clear deed to the property, so we don't have no issue with it.
I'm actually aware of it. I had talked to Mr. Packager about it already a couple of weeks ago. I'm happy that Supervisor Oliver is involved in it. I think it's a very good project. So, anybody want to make a motion on this?
All motion.
Okay. So, motion to approve by Supervisor Oliveira.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Ponte. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Excellent.
Good job.
Thank you.
Thank you for bringing it forward.
Thank you, Ryan.
Okay. Let's move on to supervisor announcements.
Well, I guess I'll start off with the meeting on the 29th. I think we should probably cancel that one. I can't make it, and I know Oliver has CSAC, and I don't.
I won't be here either.
29th of what?
November.
December.
The night meeting.
November.
Yeah. So the three of us that can't make it, so it'd be wise to cancel.
Okay.
We're having a quorum, so.
You guys can show up.
Yeah,
we'll show up, but it won't do any good.
So who's the alternate? Show up.
Who's the alternate? I got mine.
Yeah. Well, it doesn't mess with our 14-day window for the state of emergencies, right? I don't think it does. And, but that's one of the reasons why I think at the end of the year we need to be able to have a meeting at least to keep those rolling too.
I don't think we're going to do that.
Okay, then if you want those state of emergencies.
They won't because it's 21 days.
Okay, so for November, by canceling the November 29th meeting, we can adopt the resolution at the December 13th meeting, and that is the 21st day.
Yeah.
So that is within that window. So we would be okay.
Right down the wire.
And we can do it again in December too, right? Because December 13th to the first Tuesday in January is 21 days, I think. So that means we don't have to have that two meetings in December in order to do that.
So I believe that what we're looking at, and I'm not saying no, we can't do that because that is 21 days to January 3rd. The new supervisors will have to be sworn in. We were planning a swearing-in ceremony that morning.
That's fine.
And
they can be sworn in and then...
Some of them have plans.
Well,
so I'm throwing that out there.
We'll have to have another plans to be to vote on that. It shouldn't take too long.
So just letting you know. So does that mean we are not having a meeting, a special meeting on the 27th or the 29th?
Yes. That's what it means.
For me, it's not a problem. I think I do not want to take any chances with our status on the state of emergencies.
Well, we wouldn't be taking any chances.
Diane, we are talking about December 27th.
We are talking about December 27th or December 29th.
Okay, I'm good with either day.
I'm not good with this day.
I'm not available.
27th, 29th?
I'm good either day.
Okay.
But that's only three, isn't it?
That's it, that's all we need.
Is that all you need for the, oh, good. Oh, okay. Well, in fact, have a meeting. Great, good job.
So the 27th then, right? Is that good?
The 29th, the November 29th, the night meeting, we don't have a quorum, so that will be canceled.
That will be
Right.
canceled.
Holding a meeting on December 27th, because we will have.
Yes.
That's a good
So we're going to say the 27th,
Yes.
9 o'clock.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
That was all I had.
Okay.
I attended a COG meeting as a board member, council member. And JPA 12, instead of driving all the way over to Sonora, I went to Amador County and had a teleconference in one of their supervisors' rooms. And that's all I got to report today.
Okay.
Haven't been very busy with anything else.
Nothing to report.
Okay. Mike?
I do have a couple of quick things. Excuse me a minute, let me get organized. I have on my schedule a local tree mortality meeting tomorrow at the sheriff's office. That's for our local committee. In regards to those issues, I was notified of a press release dated the 7th of November from the Department of Agriculture, where they've established a $4 million fund to remove bug tree kill trees on private property, which is huge. This is run strictly through the Department of Agriculture, and there's criteria is listed in the numerous media, and I understand that should be on the county website after talking with Mike Miller and our PIO. I would encourage everybody to read all the information. There are some limitations, and $4 million is a very limited fund. They are taking it on a application process only for the counties listed in that program, which do not include all counties in California, but they do include the high-risk counties, which Calaveras is one of them. So that's good news. That's a start in the right direction. We do have another issue that I want to talk about, and this is no reflection on the office of our auditor or no reflection on the office of our assessor. I handled a couple of constituent inquiries regarding personal property tax on individual properties such as planes, boats, things of that sort. After having a lengthy conversation with the assessor, it was determined that we are in a really undesirable situation as far as our backlogs. And I say this only to educate the public. After our discussions yesterday, it was an 18 to 24-month backlog on role changes. They're working on that as hard as they possibly can. But keep in mind that there's going to be a personnel shift, or if it hasn't already. I want to apply that same information to our auditor's office. I was notified by memo last week that they have suffered the loss of one of their key employees, and they are trying to do what they can to make up and retrain, recertify, and get this wagon back on the wheels. But once again, I say this only for the education of the public, to have a better understanding of what we have to do in our county business and keep those wheels turning. Right now, we have to make some changes. So I will be Friday at the Murphy's Community Park at the Memorial. I'll be participating in the actual festivities there, honoring our veterans on the 11th of November. And tomorrow, actually, I take that back. Thursday is the Marine Corps birthday, so Sector 5.
That's right. And you will have that Marine Corps ball in Jackson Ridge Rio.
Oh, we used to call it the Marine Corps crawl.
Okay. Anything else, Mike? Is that it?
That's it.
All right, I have nothing to report. Yeah.
Oh, well, welcome back to
Yeah, except for...
CAO Ryan for world traveling.
Were you drinking dark?
Oh, I do have one more thing I could bring up. I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. Due to the cooperation of our admin and our CAO, I understand we may be in possession very shortly of a countdown clock to help our folks during public speaking and during comments.
It has been ordered.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Okay.
And
Make it a little easier. Although I think I anticipate
yes, I returned from Ireland. I had a wonderful trip, so it's a very friendly, very outgoing country and beautiful country, but good to be home. Just wanted to notify the board, we talked a little bit about it earlier. The refunding of the GO bonds occurs tomorrow on November 9th, and the refunding of the COPs occurs next Wednesday on November 16th. I also want to mention, let the board know that I will be out of the office on Thursday and possibly Monday and Tuesday. My daughter's having surgery on Thursday. If I am not able to attend the board meeting on the 15th, then Assistant CAO Brian Moss will attend in my place, but I'm hopeful that I will be here. If not, he will handle it for me. But I will be in Sacramento for the refunding of the COPs on Wednesday the 16th.
You got to sit in their office like they invited to see how that goes? That'd be kind of cool.
Yeah.
I hope all goes well with your daughter's surgery.
So the only thing that I have is I just wanted to point out that we have new artwork in the boardroom. This artwork has been provided courtesy of Gordon Long of McCullum Hill, a local artist. And we're encouraging anyone who knows any local artists that would like to have their work displayed in the boardroom to contact a member of the Spirit Committee, of which I am one of them.
Okay. So, I guess I'll come in and hang this one in the little flag. Right?
No, not yet. We have plans for it.
Okay. Thanks. All right. Meeting over. Thank you.
Give them a second.
I know, that's what I was trying to...
That's how many times I have to whack the nose here.